Uh, well, I think nobody would consider something a god if it's something that merely exists. An object cannot be a god. Things that have a physical existence are
Yeah, how do you know
corrupted
that
by
though?
that existence.
What about reality is telling you that?
It's just something I gather intuitively by how people use the
So
word
nothing.
God.
You're just a monkey talking.
Just feels that
Yeah,
way.
Yeah, it's just your
yeah, it
feelings.
does. It does
It's just in
feel that
2026.
way.
Yeah, okay. You know what gaslighting is?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing it right now.
Um,
Yeah,
so
I
I'm
have
telling you, you're
eyes,
insane when you're
ears,
not insane.
nose, touch
Is it
sensation. I have
is it
all the same
gaslighting if
senses.
you are
Hey,
insane?
I'm talking to you. I don't know what you're saying while I'm in the middle of talking to you. I have all the same senses you have. All the identical senses that you have. So whatever you're capable of sensing in this reality, billions of other human beings are capable of doing it too. So what's the problem? Why is it 1 in 8 billion human beings that we just got to all go through you? There are 117 billion human beings walk this planet, but we got to go through Philip the fourth, right? Do you understand the untold levels of narcissism coming out of your mouth right now?
Can you prove that we have the same senses?
Are you just pivoting? I asked you about your narcissism.
Really? I can ask you about your lack of sanity.
So you're going to pivot again. It's just pivoting. I'm asking you to address this phenomenon where 117 billion people should have to go through you for information.
Where did you get that from?
Because that's what you're talking about. That you have information only accessible from your brain during your experience.
I don't think I said that.
That is exactly what you fucking said. I asked you about reality and you started talking about your personal feelings, but your personal feelings are somehow related to reality. And when I asked you, what is the relationship? What did you say?
Well,
it was just my intuitions and feelings. That was your answer.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you are a level of narcissism in this conversation. Obviously, like Hitler and all that shit were worse. But the level of narcissism in this conversation is insane. That you think the state of affairs is such a way because you think something. And that we're supposed to what? Just be like, oh, God, I am so glad Philip IV came into our room to reveal the truth of reality to us. Like, get fucked, you fucking knuckle-dragging retard. That's the only logical answer I could give you, if that's really your position.
Well, I can tell that.
Yeah, give us something more other than your extreme narcissism. And then you won't get treated like shit, because this is how you treat narcissists, right? You deflate their fucking egos. You don't treat them with respect. You make them fucking earn it, right? That's how you treat a narcissist.
Good for you.
It's good for humanity to treat narcissists that way. Because everybody's got a little bit of narcissism in them, but we all mediate our own feelings. And we try not to put our feelings, our personal feelings, on each other as their realities. That's called narcissism. Self-importance, inflated self-importance. You see what I'm saying? You're speaking on behalf of all life in the universe, bro. Like, literally. And, like, aliens have to travel all the way to fucking Earth to access this information from Philip IV, some random jackass on Discord. You would do, like, dude, like, it's insane that aliens in another fucking galaxy can't figure out reality as at least as good as us because they need Philip IV. Maybe if Philip IV was in their galaxy, in Andromeda, on their planet, right, they would have access to information that no other living entity in all of, because we got to go through Philip's personal experiences. We need to
So
get you,
who
put
are
you in a
you
protective
who are you
bubble,
talking
and just
to
shove
right
like
now?
tubes in you and shit, so that we could keep you alive like the fucking emperor of all mankind, and just suck all this information from you, dude. So I hope the nerds are
Am I
working on a
like
containment unit
am
for
I
you,
an
dude.
effigy for your dad right now?
No, dude, I'm just shitting on your stupid fucking narcissistic ego, dude.
Your mother?
No, your stupid narcissistic inflated ego. Try to track, dude. I know it's hard for narcissists to listen to other people, so they're not really good at logic, but try to track at least a little bit.
Well, he couldn't take accountability. That's the thing about narcissists, right?
Exactly. That's another main trait in narcissism right there. He cannot tell that he's speaking on behalf of 117 billion monkeys, trillions of living organisms on planet Earth, and probably quintillions of organisms in all of fucking reality. It's crazy, dude. The level of that quintillions of potential living organisms got to come all the way to Earth to talk to Philip the Fourth for his personal perspectives on the nature of fucking reality, because only he can intuit. Or is that, do you think other people can intuit this stuff, Philip? Or is it just you? We all got to just like I said, emperor of all mankind your ass, and just keep you strapped to a fucking chair so we can suck all that juicy information from your brain, right? Like, what do you think? We're just going to sit back and not put you in a containment facility?
Well, as far I mean, I can expect that most people could, but you apparently are an exception.
Exception to what? You didn't even say anything. You got any nouns for your statement? And what about a subject? You got a subject for your statement?
Because so far we got Philip's feelings, right?
Yeah, just some weird fucking platitude.
So the
Why don't you
universe
just
based
walk
upon
back
your
your
feelings.
dumbass statement, dude? That would be the easiest way for us to proceed in the conversation. You just be like, okay, maybe I overestimated what I was saying there. Let me adjust what I'm saying so it doesn't seem like I'm coming off like some extreme
I
nerd.
think I overestimated what you are capable of comprehending.
You didn't say anything, retard, other than your personal feelings matter.
You're crying about what I said right now.
Nope, I'm not crying. I'm just shitting on your narcissistic ego. That's why you think it's crying. It's not crying. It's just showing you that you're a fucking retard, bro, and you've offered nothing but your personal fee-fees. It's all.
And
that's
still
all.
no accountability for.
Yeah, don't inflate it, Philip. You've offered nothing but your ego. Then do
recognize
it. Say something
that
worth talking about, Philip.
I live in a level of consciousness that you are incapable of accessing. I don't particularly
We're not
feel
asking
hubris.
you about your
but
consciousness,
I will admit it.
Philip,
I'll accept
retard. We never asked you about your personal feelings. We asked you if you believed in the existence of a God thing out there in reality. So this whole narcissistic, deluded fucking reality you're constructing where we give a shit about your personal feelings is false. We don't. We've never asked you about your personal feelings. But you interpreted the question about reality as your personal feelings. This is the narcissism I'm talking about.
Well, and how did I respond?
You said that we have to access your personal feelings. That's what you
not
said.
Correct.
That is what you said. I know I'm not directly quoting you. That's what I heard you say. That your personal fucking feelings matter in this question. Dude, I'm sure like
that's what
to your
you
family
heard me
they
say.
matter, but on this topic,
but it's not what
matter.
I actually said.
That is what you said.
No, it's what
I
you
asked
heard.
you
too,
about
Philip.
reality, and you talked to us about your personal feelings. At any moment, you could choose to fix your statement. Any moment. It's been in your court the whole time. So just do better, dude. Like, appeal to some aspect of reality beyond your feelings, man. Everybody's got feelings, and those aren't justification for our assertions.
Well, I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings.
You didn't hurt my feelings. I'm just shitting on your narcissistic ego. This is clinically how you're supposed to treat narcissists, right? Make them earn any level of fucking respect, dude. You don't engage in a narcissist's delusions of grandeur.
Why are you assuming I want your respect?
I don't. See, that's your narcissism again. The way I'm treating you isn't conditional on your permission, you fucking retard. I'm treating you as you deserve to be treated. See, that's your narcissism. You think you deserve like your level of deserving in my brain is how you calibrate it. It's not. We all set our own levels here, but your narcissism can't handle that. So you're like, oh, this guy's trick. No, this is just how I treat narcissistic pieces of shit. Like every single one of them.
You aren't treating me in any way.
Yeah, I'm showing
You're
you that your
just having
personal
a
feelings
rant.
don't matter. You need to know that your personal feelings don't matter. You're a narcissist. Your family never checked
Your
you on that
insanity
shit.
is mildly amusing.
This isn't insanity. This is just your narcissism. Like you're stuck in your own narcissistic loop, dude. If you're
You are
actually
literally
listening to
more
a word that I'm
obsessed with
saying,
my
it's
narcissism
just,
than
yes,
I am.
because that's all you've provided, retard. Provide something other than your narcissistic delusions of grandeur, and we can have something to talk about. I told you this. Correct your statement, and that's it. That's all you got to do. Your personal feelings don't help when asking a question about reality. But you see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. But your narcissism is overriding your ability to speak, bro. You think I'm being mean to you. I'm not. I'm just telling you. Your
I don't think you're
personal
being mean to me.
opinions and feelings don't fucking matter. Your parents should have taught you this, but they obviously didn't, and now you're a narcissist.
You feel like you get gaslit a lot, don't you?
Well, people do gaslight a lot. Yeah, they do. People gaslight the shit out. That's our culture. That's how you were raised, man. Everybody was raised this way. You come into this world blank slate, nearly blank slate, to two random ass parents that are not random, but for you, it's random ass parents, and you're under their thumb. They just tell you everything. They told you the proper way to take a shit, the proper way to eat, the proper way to hold a fork, proper way to drink, proper way to think, everything. They taught you fucking every goddamn thing you know. Yeah, most of that shit was bullshit, so it's gaslighting. Like, do you just smear, like when you take a shit, do you just take paper and just smear it on your ass until it stays white? Because millions of Americans do that. We're just gaslit that this is the proper way to wipe our asses. Even in 2026, when our parents, this generation, knows all about, you know, proper hygiene, like using bidets or water or whatever, wet wipes and stuff like that, tens of millions of Americans just use dry white paper because they were inculcated improperly into that methodology. All of us were, right, in this country. It's just, these are our starting conditions forced on us by our elders. So yeah, we're gaslit to fucking shit. Look around you, right? There's 1 billion Christians, 2 billion Muslims, 2 billion fucking Hindi, right? Like we're all over, scatterfucked, and it's regional. That's clear evidence of cultural gaslighting. So yeah, people gaslight the fuck out of each other, especially narcissistic assholes like you.
Gaslighting is actually when you convince somebody that they're insane.
No, it's when you
they're not
attempt to
insane.
convince someone. No, it's not about insanity. It's about a false representation of reality that I try to convince you what I know is false is true. That's gaslighting.
No.
Yeah. You don't have to convince somebody they're insane, only that their perceptions are more flawed than yours, and they should trust your perception and then take
Well,
advantage
that
of
could
that.
be your personal definition of
No,
gaslighting.
that's narcissist.
But
That's
it's not
gaslighting.
the definition of gaslighting.
That's gaslighting. Yeah, that's what it is.
That's your definition. Yeah.
No, that's what gaslighting is.
Well, I don't know, man. Just open up Google.
Yeah, the practice of
definition.
psychologically manipulating someone into questioning their own sanity, memory, or powers of reasoning. It's not convincing someone that they're crazy. It's convincing someone that you're better at analyzing reality than they are, and you know you're bullshitting. That's gaslighting. I don't need you to admit that you suffer psychosis in order for it to be gaslighting. Why would you need a clinical evaluation for me to be a gaslighter? You fucking gaslighting retard.
Well,
No,
it obviously
gaslighting
wouldn't apply
retard
to
boy,
parents
gaslighting
teaching
retard
children.
narcissist boy, gaslighting retard narcissist boy is gaslighting about gaslighting.
You enjoy talking.
Yes, I do. That's why I have my own chat room and I'm live on YouTube right now. Because I like chatting. I like talking. I like unfucking people's brains. I like shitting on filthy ass, disgusting narcissists.
Have you ever tried it on yourself?
Like, retard, you're actually trying to gaslight over gaslighting. That's how retarded you are. Narcissists sometimes are smart, the good ones.
No,
But
I'm
there's a lot
actually
of
just
dumb
telling you the
narcissists
truth.
Is this
out there.
trolling? Got real quiet after I charged you with trolling, huh?
Yeah, you're just a pathetic
What?
little weasel, little narcissist, probably somebody's little fuckboy, right? Because you're just a piece of shit. You probably have no real relationships in life as a narcissist. So this is how you get your rise, coming to people who are minding their own business, trying to have conversations and saying retarded shit. Like, did your parents
Well,
beat you?
I was
Did they
trying to
just
have a real
malnourish you?
conversation.
No, you
but
didn't. You
then
talked to us
you
about
weren't
your
capable
personal
of it.
fucking emotions, bro.
And now I'm amused at how insane you
Yo,
are.
retard. We asked you about reality and your narcissistic ego took over and started talking about your personal feelings. And you're saying that you're here for a real conversation? Well, then try making a real
Well, I
comment.
was originally, but I know I'm
Philip,
not going to have
Philip,
one now,
at
obviously.
any moment, you could decide to be serious. And at that moment, I'll start considering treating you like anything other than a narcissistic little pig. But I'm not going to start treating you with respect after all this shit and then in the hopes that you get better. No, fuck you. You're going to start doing better. We're going to have a conversation, and I'm still not going to apologize at all for treating you the way that you deserve to be treated. You're a fucking retard, bro.
You aren't capable of a serious conversation.
Yeah, your mom's a fat whore and gave everybody herpes. You see how I can say shit too?
Yeah,
Philip,
I didn't have any doubt that you could say things. You've demonstrated.
Philip, shut up. Right? Prove you're right. And you're not just talking shit, Philip. Because that's all you're doing. Hey, Philip, shut up. Prove you're right. That I'm incapable of having a conversation. Do that. Prove it, retard. Say something worth considering for other people. Because no one in this world is going to look to you on understanding reality beyond the people in your life that you're gaslighting. People like me, I'm not going to go to you, Philip, to understand how reality works. Fuck you. So provide something other than your personal feelings when we're asking you about reality. I've said this multiple times, but your narcissistic ego isn't listening to it. So that's why you're capable of, like a fucking retard, say that I'm not, wanting a serious conversation. I've given you like 8 opportunities to start having a real conversation. Called you out every step of the way, but your narcissistic ego is driving.
You have an interesting obsession with narcissism.
Meta. This is more meta. This is little retard boy incapable of having a real conversation. The floor is yours to say something worth listening to for the whole world. Philip, they're all hearing you that every time you take the mic, it's just some meta, whiny bullshit that you got called out for being a narcissist. Dude, is this the first time you've been insulted in your life? You don't know how to pick yourself up and move forward, retard?
No.
Oh, wow. More meta. More meta. You not engaging with anything. Look at you. Look at the little retard boy.
You asked a yes or no question.
Yeah, but you're not engaging.
Yes
you just said no.
Then,
you didn't address anything worth listening to. The
you
retard
didn't
boy.
Say anything
retard
worth
boy. Here's the question, retard boy. Retard. Are you actually capable of saying anything that's not meta? Go for it. Try it, retard boy. Because answering that question is answering a meta question. That is a meta question that I'm asking you, retard boy. So you engaging
I don't even know what you're looking for.
Retard boy. Engaging in that question is you in meta land. So you understand that. So can you say, here's the question, retard. Can you say anything that's worth having a conversation about the topic of the God thing? That's the actual question, retard boy. That's been the same fucking question for like 20 minutes. So retard boy, try doing it instead of just crying about the meta.
Not with you, because...
Okay, then shut up, retard boy. You're just on the meta right there. I accused you, this is what I accused you of being. A little retard boy who's incapable of having a conversation. Floor's yours. See how you're a little retard boy incapable of having the conversation? Go ahead, meta. The original question's still on the table because you never answered it. Can you prove the existence of a God thing? We're not talking about your personal feelings. You see how Retard Boy's not answered the question at all? He's not even taken a swing at it. Retard Boy has been stuck on the original comment the entire time. He told us about his personal feelings.
Well, I already answered that question, but
You know,
you weren't
Retard
really
Boy, you
capable
never
of,
answered
you
the
know.
question, Retard Boy. We didn't ask you about
Yeah,
your personal feelings.
No, I didn't tell you that anything about my personal feelings.
Retard Boy. Yes, you did, Retard Boy. I'm sorry you don't remember what you said, but Retard Boy, you
No,
cited
but
your
I do
personal
remember what I
experiences.
said.
Yeah, your personal feelings was your Retard Boy
No.
answer. So if you would like to take another swing at it, go ahead. But until then, that's all that's on the table. Your personal little fifis.
Well, you have to define God.
No, we've already been there. Autodidactics told you that we'll just go with whatever God you believe exists.
Yeah, I already said it, but you never answered.
No, you
the
didn't
question.
say anything. You told us your personal feelings.
So you can't
So,
define
Retard
God.
Boy, when you start or preface your comment with, I intuit, that's your personal feelings. That's what I'm saying. I'm citing what you said. You said, and I quote, as a retard boy, I appeal to my personal fifis, end quote. That's what you said.
That actually isn't what I said.
That is a 100% verbatim quote. You could play it back on the live, dude. That is what you said. You said, I, Philip IV, a abysmally low IQ fucking retard, am citing my personal fifis. That's what you said. That's end quote right there.
No.
Yeah. Everybody heard you say it except for Petunia. So I don't know what to tell you, man. You could try again if you'd like to. Can you prove the existence of a God thing? We're not asking you about your personal feelings.
You have to define God.
So, Retard Boy, we've already said that retards get stuck in a loop. We've already answered that question. Whichever God you believe,
You're the one who's stuck in the
exists,
loop.
Whichever
You
God
could fix this at any time. You could
whichever God you believe in. That one, Retard Boy. So you see how we've answered that question like 5 times, Retard Boy? So whichever God you believe exists is the answer to that question, Retard Boy. I'll stop calling you Retard Boy when we got new content, when we've moved forward in the conversation. But as long as we're stuck here with low IQ people, that's what I'm going to call you, because I know you're faking it, right? I know you're not actually low IQ, so I don't feel bad for making fun of you. It's like a non-handicapped person parking in the handicap zone. I'm not going to feel bad for calling you a piece of shit, right? You're a piece of shit. You're pretending to be retarded. So, Retard Boy, we're not asking you about your personal feelings, and you know which God we're referring to, Retard Boy. Well, we know he's trolling. It's because he's a retard. He doesn't have a way to get out of this fucking little shitbag fucking hole he's got him in, right? Because he's dumb. He's low IQ. And his narcissism. He's got parents who just gaslit him his whole life about how important his personal fifis are. So when people ask him about reality, like a complete knuckle-dragging piece of shit, he just starts spurging about his personal fifis. Is there a reason you're doing that other than the one that I cited? That your parents didn't care about you? They didn't raise you properly to be able to logic your way through a conversation, so you're just acting like a cretin? Like, prove me wrong on that. Say something worth listening to beyond your personal fifis, Philip.
Well, what conversation?
Okay, so I'll give you one more opportunity, and then I'm going to realize that you're just stuck in a dumb loop, and then we'll move on. So answer the question or get banned.
Well, you have to define God.
All right, Twisted, you're... Twisted?
You better focus.
What's happening?
Can you prove the existence of a God thing?
Probably not.
Then I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Good job.
Absolutely fucking dominated.
Fucking
No, what's
gold
wrong with
medal.
you? Like, why can't you?
Because I'm a knuckle dragon fucking ape.
Even knuckle draggers can prove God things, dude. It's not hard. Do you think it's hard to prove God things or something?
Yeah,
Probably just hard to think.
it is.
And why do you think that it's hard to prove God things?
Because it's hard to think. Your boy just said it.
You don't even
Super
gotta
easy,
think.
though.
Because
You gotta
I'm an
point
ape.
at shit.
Yeah, do you
I'm
got
like
a finger?
a retarded ape.
What did do what the Pope did to prove Jesus? Just do that.
What did he do? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that.
Well, what did he do? What did the Pope do to prove Jesus' existence? So we'll take a super serious theologian, the Pope.
I
You
have
agree
no
he's
idea.
super serious, right? He's not trolling?
Yeah, I assume so.
Okay, now, when the Pope proves Jesus, what does the Pope do?
He puts on little red shoes.
Okay, that's one thing he does. What?
Sure.
So why are you going around making it
Why
look like
would
what
I
the
do
Pope
that,
is
though?
doing is super hard?
I don't know why I would do that, though.
Because you would be asked if you can do it, and then you'd be like, well, I mean, I could do it. Like if
Well,
I
I could
asked
do
you,
it
can
like
you
that.
shit your pants? Can you shit your pants?
Oh, I definitely could shit my pants.
But,
Been there, done that.
right, but you're saying I could shit my pants, comma, right? There's more, right? But
But I don't.
you don't want to, right? You could, but you're not gonna, right? Because it's retarded to shit yourself.
Sure.
Well, I'm asking, when I say, can you prove the existence of a God thing? What I'm really asking in nerd is, can you cognitively shit your pants? Can you do that? Can you cognitively shit your pants?
I definitely could.
This guy's a retard.
So why are you going around saying that you can't cognitively shit your pants like every other theist on this fucking planet can do?
I don't know.
Because you've been gaslit into thinking that the task of proving a God thing is more difficult than it actually is. You know, because you're focused on red shoes and robes and little funny
Well, I
hats and
didn't
shit.
say like. I just think that proving anything is more difficult than it actually is.
No, you did. You talked about having to own red shoes and like a big funny hat and one of those dangly balls with the smoke that comes out of it.
The dangly ball is great. I love
Yeah,
it.
you were saying that. When I was saying nope, just do what the Pope does. And you were focused on the grandeur, right? That's not part of it.
Mhm.
Any retard can prove the existence of a God thing because it's a retard's task. It's a low IQ task. It's just you point at something and call it God. That's it. But you guys
Sure.
are going around pretending and bigifying this concept. And so these deluded assholes out there who are saying, I could prove a God, they feel like they can do something that you can't. Because they're just going out saying, hey, I can shit my pants. And you're being like, wow, I wish I could shit my pants. And you're telling them that. You're like, oh, I wish I was as good as you to be able to shit my pants. And then I'm sitting there being like, bruh, how can you not shit? You know you could shit your pants. That's this conversation. You know you can cognitively shit your pants and point at something and call it God and worship
I
it.
would have to have shit in my ass first to shit my pants, though.
I said
Like
cognitively
right now, I
shit your
took a
pants.
big old shit like 5 minutes ago.
I'm
probably
talking
couldn't
about
shit right now.
cognitively shitting
Like-
your pants.
Yeah, I could be like, push. Oh, yeah, ain't no shit coming out, bro.
No, it's a metaphor. You don't have to grunt to think.
No, that was me literally trying to push shit out.
So is this what I like to kind of, I could just expect this from you, that if I use any kind of humor, you're going to get derailed like a fucking retard and not be able to focus on the conversation.
Only you can use humor?
But you're derailing. I'm
I mean, I
focused.
thought that was pretty funny.
But you're derailing and I'm focused. I use my humor to cut through like cognitive barriers. You're using humor to run from it.
Maybe I am doing it, though.
Yeah, but that's not cool.
Yo, Knight of Kadosh, what are you saying? How smugly they demand evidence for God while offering zero receipts for their own accidental masterpiece? You talking about my shit as an accidental What are you talking about? So,
Did you
Knight,
put little? Did you crimp it just right with your asshole to make it a masterpiece?
here, we'll just try that. Look, Knight, you typed a lot there. You would probably be better off joining my chat room to try to have this conversation if you're going to type that much shit. There's no way I can address all that shit. And if I choose any question at random to answer, because there's so many questions, you might conflate that answer to the question I'm giving you with the multitude of your questions. So all I do in this chat room is ask people to demonstrate the thing they say is real. And when they can't, we have a conversation about that. And that's what you're hearing. So, Knight, all I did was ask both of these two assholes if they can prove a God thing. And both of them act like fucking retards, right? Both of them. Both of them were incapable of having the conversation. I don't know what you think I've provided in the conversation. I haven't even actually gotten into my philosophy at all because none of these two retards was able to take us there, right? Because they're claiming something exists or whatever, the people that I talk to, or they're claiming something doesn't exist. And I care about epistemics on that question. And all these clowns are doing is offering semantic references. So there's nothing I can really do to have the real conversation that I want to have when my interlocutor is morons, right? They have to say something of substance that I could respond to. Bro, I'm not an atheist, you fucking retard. Read the channel name, The Agnostic One. How are you this abysmally fucking lost? Am I telling any of these clowns that God's not real? Have you heard those fucking words come out of my mouth, you knuckle
Who's he
dragger?
talking to?
Have you heard those words come out of my mouth? You haven't heard a single goddamn word about what is God come out of my fucking mouth. I'm not an atheist. Don't denigrate me and lower me down to those shitty fucking standards of atheism. I have standards, right? I'm not a fucking atheist. I'm not going to accept pure semantic content as an epistemic prior. I'm not a retard. I mean, I'm not a ginormous brain person, but I'm wise enough to know that this kind of information is not going to fucking help. You just filling in the epistemic gaps with semantic information can eat my dick, dude. I'm not interested in that. You need to focus, son. You're in an agnostic and igtheist chat room right now. You're not talking to an atheist. Fix your fucking rhetoric. It's leaking out of your mouth. Don't interrupt what I'm fucking saying in my own goddamn chat room. I'll just keep you muted. And mute your fucking microphone, Normal. What's wrong with you? Learn how to operate Discord.
So, okay, I was muted.
I said mute your fucking microphone, not spurg over talking me. What's wrong with you? Are you better? Do you know how to mute your fucking microphone?
Bro, chill the
No, the question is, do you know? Because before I stop focusing on moderating you, I want to make sure that you're not going to hot mic this whole time. So mute your fucking microphone, Normal. When I unmute you, I expect to be it being muted. If it's not muted, I'm banning you. So I've given you enough time to like mute you. Here, hold on. Let me take care of this guy. Hold on. Okay, you've had plenty of time to figure out how to mute your microphone. I don't need to hear you hot micing. This is why you're getting mic muted. Because you don't know how to operate your fucking wireless device there, your little mobile. So mute up. Let's try it again.
Well, I'm muted.
Oh my God, you fucking retard. Mute your microphone. How are you this fucking stupid? Mute it. Physically mute it. I do not want to hear you hot micing. Do you not understand you have background fucking noise and shit like that? Yeah, you can. You can mute your fucking microphone. Mute it. Don't fucking, as soon as I unmute you, every time I've unmuted you, I hear you spurging. So I'm immediately reapplying the mute. Now, if you're having a difficult time with that, I suggest when I unmute you, the first thing you fucking do is mute your goddamn microphone. Don't start spurging. Listen, retard, listen. 2 times. Here, let me hush you so you could focus. 2 times I've already unmuted you, and 2 times you could have muted your microphone, and 2 times you start yelling. So when this unmute is coming, when it comes, I expect silence, you mute your fucking microphone, and then when I see that you're capable of muting your microphone, then you can have the floor again. But you're going to do as I tell you before we move forward. if you can't, you're going to fucking leave. That's what's going to happen. I'm done listening to morons. So mute your fucking microphone when I unmute you. You see, you have background noise. People are so fucking toxic. Dude, Knight, eat my fucking dick. I'm not here to do tricks for likes. Fuck you. Block my channel, retard. I don't give a fuck about you. This isn't a debate room. This isn't a debate fucking YouTube channel. Read my shit, bro. I'm not here to debate. I'm here to get people to understand Igtheism. Fucking debate your fucking ass. You're not worth the fucking time. You're an idiot. You're going to bring entirely semantic
What is
content.
wrong with you?
You're going to bring entirely semantic content to the fucking table. I don't debate people on ontology unless they can show me the thing that they're talking about. I don't do that. I'm not an atheist. I don't just let you not prove the thing and then start talking to you about it. I'm not an atheist. If I'm going to talk to you about the nature of this thing you're claiming is real, you're going to demonstrate its existence first. That's why I don't debate anymore. Because I've recognized for the last 10 fucking years while debating, every time I've asked these fucking morons to prove some shit, they don't. They don't prove it. So I've just given up on debate. I asked them, can you demonstrate the existence of your thing? They say no. I win. I win at that point. I win. That's my epistemology. I fucking win. We're talking about ontology. You just agreed you don't have access to the ontology. I fucking win. So now, if you want to have a real conversation, we could talk about the ontology of our fellow monkey and their proclivity to believe shit. That's the conversation. The conversation about God's ontology and its existence is pending. You people figure that shit out. But what I can help you with is a valid epistemic model that, should the day it does manifest itself, you'll be properly reinforced with the memetics to be able to represent that fucking thing. That's the conversation I'm willing to have with you. But I'm not here to fucking do a trick for your fucking stupid ass. Fuck you. Shove that like up your fucking ass, bitch.
Aw, fucking men.
Tell any one of my fucking subscribers, you subscribe to me, just fucking do some bullshit. You can unsubscribe. I don't give a fuck about your subscription on that level. Now, if you want to help support this fucking movement, subscribe to fucking shit. Do better than me. That's all I fucking ask. I could provide memes and shit all day long to the Igtheists, but I can't provide attitude. I'm a broken-brained individual. I'm not good in debate. I don't have the patience for morons like that. That's just who I am. But my brain's filled with fucking memes. But you toxic fucking retards want to go around having fucking debates about the epistemics of a thing you haven't demonstrated the ontological status of. Go find a fucking atheist who has dog shit fucking standards and we'll have those conversations with you. Everything you say about unknown object X is going to be a non sequitur. Everything. Even their negations. This is what I tell people. If you got unknown object X and someone says it's blue, that statement's not true because it's a non sequitur. But if you say it's not blue, guess what? It also doesn't follow, so it's wrong for the same fucking reason. So you have a condition where something's both blue and not blue negated at the same time. Everything you say absent the experience is going to entail a contradiction. This is why we cannot debate God's existence until God's existence is manifest. And then the conversation is, do you see it? And then I go, yeah, I can see it. And then the conversation about its existence is fucking over. Then we move into the epistemics. The epistemics deals with what we said. We said, yeah, I could see it. That's what we're discussing in our epistemics. That's all epistemic models. But you morons deal with atheists, and atheists have dog shit standards, and they let you use pure semantic content as epistemic value and information. That's what those morons let you do. Me, I'm not a moron. So no amount of you spewing semantic content at me is going to answer my question. And I know that's what debates are. So debates are stupid as fuck. That's what they are. So you go hang out with your cretins who sit there and debate back and forth about a thing's ontology. But real people with big brains, we just sit around and wait for ontology to be manifest, because that's what ontology is. It is manifest reality. Epistemology is the knowledge we have about manifest reality. But you idiots don't have manifest reality to talk about until you do. But it's never a Christ-tard. It's never a Muslim. It's always a naturalistic pantheist or some dude believing that, the forces of energy is God, right? Shit like that. It's never these, omnimax beings or these cosmic pedos like the Christians worship, shit like that. It's never that. Never, not one time do you people put anything down worth considering. Nothing. You fucking chastise me in my own chat, where I'm just here to unfuck people's brains. I'm not debating. It's clearly stipulated in my side chat on Discord. This ain't a debate room. This is a conversation room, right? We explore ideas. It's a hostile attempt at the Socratic method. And you people clearly don't have the answers to very, simple, circumspect questions that get to the ontological status of the God thing. You guys abdicate your responsibility every time to fucking fantasy. You just say, hey, I know I can't meet the epistemic burden here. However, Mr. Igtheist, did you know that I have a bunch of fantasy bullshit? Imagine, like this fucking guy before the last guy, just talking about his personal fucking feelings. Like I asked you about did I say, hey, how does God's existence make you feel? No, I didn't ask you that. But what'd he do? That's what he did. Like a little narcissist, his personal feelings answers my question about ontology. That's disgusting. That a person would treat someone like that instead of clearly listening to the question and then giving it a fucking answer. They don't listen to the question and then they spew their personal feelings at you. When someone demands ontological, epistemological evidence for God or deism, they are using high-level philosophical jargon to ask a fundamentally flawed question. No, it's not high-level philosophical fucking jargon, retard. It's just me asking, can you prove the existence of the thing that you should easily be able to do since you're saying it's real? That's not high-level philosophical jargon, dude. What are you talking about? That's just me saying put up or shut up. Is that high-level philosophical jargon, put up or shut up? Did that get dumbed down like enough for you to understand it? Did I speak 8th grade enough? Put up or shut up? Right? That's all I've been fucking saying, dude, this whole time that you're saying is big brow, non-knuckle dragging, huge brain syndrome philosopho speak. Put up or shut up? Really, dude? I understand that, the majority of people that you've been interacting with in the last however long you've been debating or something are stupid morons like cretins that don't understand how shit works. I get that. But you're with an Igtheist now, man. Everything's okay. We can do this. But you got to follow my lead, bro. I'm trying to teach you epistemics. I'm trying to teach you that all of your semantic content, you could shove it up your ass. We don't need it for the conversation of ontology. We only need it for the conversation of epistemology. But I'm asking an ontological question. So we could take all of our semantics, all of our epistemics, and deeply implant it up inside of our rectums. And we can let it cook there for a while we're looking for observation. So we can take all of our semantics, the entire human lexicon of linguistics can be reforged into a giant fucking dildo, and we can all collectively sit on it. And then when we're done with that, we could talk about ontology. Well, we can mime about ontology. We can point about at ontology. We can smell about at ontology. We can lick about at ontology. But we can't talk about ontology, right? We could talk about our epistemology. And in order to have a valid epistemic model, we need an epistemic bridge. We need our semantic references, our epistemic representation to actually reference a reality, not an imagined reality, an actual reality. You guys want to talk about God weighing 37 kilograms, and every time we ask you, did you put it on a scale? You say, no, it's not weighable. You guys are morons. This is why atheists are dumb, because they foster this mentality that you've ever answered the question by appealing to pure semantic content. You have been gaslit that that's the way you do it. You do not appeal to semantic content to represent ontology. You do that for epistemology. But why the fuck are you using semantics on an epistemology absent an ontology? You don't know God exists. You've been gaslit and programmed to say that. Like when you say shit like that, I translate that automatically into my brain because I don't have your delusional fervor to like suck God cock. I don't have that. So I don't automatically give you the most charitable representation there. I give you the most accurate representation. And what you have is a God delusion. And deductive logic doesn't get you there. You know what the problem of deduction is? You ever heard of that? The problem of deduction? You have a problem of deduction. You probably never heard of the problem of deduction, huh? Because you weren't trained by proper nerds, man. You were trained by gaslighting pieces of shit. If you don't know, if you're talking philosophy and you don't know what the problem of deduction is, well, you need to beat the shit out of yourself with a fucking, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. You can't know things exist through deductive logic, bro. That's the problem of deduction. You use induction, right? You use inductive reasoning to establish the prior, to reason to the prior. So your induction, your inference rule, is a mimetic representation of an aspect of your epistemic model. So you direct my thought with your epistemic model. You direct my thought towards the epistemic prior, which is the ontology. Once the epistemic prior has been established and we have proper semantic coherence to the epistemic model, and you're able to articulate that, you offer that with the first inductive premise. Hey, this thing does that. And then we test that. And when we come to an understanding through a valid pathway of knowledge about the nature and consistency of the object that we're trying to represent, and we're confident that we know something, then we can plug that in as a deductive premise. But what you want to do is use purely semantic information with no objective reasoning at all and just assert it. That's called a presupposition, you knuckle-dragging piece of shit. You do not get to use deductive logic by merely combining presuppositions, you fucking cretin. Like, use logic, bro. Your parents child abused you. They denied access to memetics that would allow you to think. And look at you. Look at what you're doing. You think deductive reasoning provides truth. That new information can come from deductive logic. It doesn't. You're just a confused asshole. A confused, gaslit asshole. That's what you are, man. It's really sad, even though I'm here to try to fucking help morons like you, you don't want the help. You just want to gaslight people around. You don't care about facts. You care about, like, making sure that your little fifis are taken care of. So that you get to go to Magic Happy Land when you die. You don't care about fucking truth. You fucking people will believe anything you have to. So, yeah, positive. I generally give people somewhere around 3 strikes before I ban them. Your first strike is that you're on my block list. So when you come in, people I have blocked get their first strike by that pop-up coming up saying, hey, this asshole's on your block list. Do you want to leave the room or stay? So that's the first strike that I got to click stay. The second strike for you was that you had a hot mic. That's your second strike. And I'm not going to count the third strike, which is posting 2 blocked messages in my side chat. When I see blocked messages in my side chat, I right-click and just ban people. That's what I do. So I understand you're at a disposition because the moment you show up in my room, you've already used a strike, right? What you're going to have to do is, if you ever get to utilize this chat room, which I'll give you one. I'll give you one opportunity before I unmute you or ban you, to show that you're not, worth having on my block list anymore, and that'll help your situation if you want to stay in this room. Now, I'm going to assume you absolutely need to be in this room, that this room completes you, since you've been such a toxic fucking asshole for so long, and I completely have to always put you on my ban list. It's because of your behavior. It's because something about this room triggers you, and so you need to be able to come in here. And I'm suggesting if you modulate your hatred, in the long haul, you'll get more out of it.
Hi.
Prove it, Raven.
Prove what?
Prove you got situational awareness. You have like 30 seconds.
Well, that's not possible since this is like the digital world. I'm not sure what you mean by that question.
You have about 20 seconds left, bro.
Do you have no power in your life? Is that why you power trip on here?
I'm going to give you an extra couple of seconds because that was kind of funny. Go 20 more seconds.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever visited your family the last 40 days you've been in this call straight?
No, I'm asking if you could prove the existence of a God thing. You got about 15 seconds.
What the hell is God? Like, tell me, what is God? That's such a vague statement.
About 10 seconds.
Because you don't.
There's God.
You don't know you'd be
there's
unable
God.
to prove it, right?
Yeah, the question is,
no,
can
it depends
you?
on your worldview.
So the question is, can you?
Are you okay? Like, have you been dealing with
So the
things
question
right
is,
way?
can you prove the existence of a God thing?
I could attempt, but if you're gonna be like ignorant, then
Well, you haven't even
what's the
started.
point?
I've asked you like 5 fucking times, and you're just like pussy farting around like a little bitch. Can you just start doing it instead of
Well, I
crying?
could tell you got bullied when you're young, but Jesus loves you, and Jesus is.
So
the
you
truth.
can't
I
prove
hope
it?
You know that.
So this is
I could
not
attempt
proving
to.
it. This is not proving it, though.
Gang, I don't want to even imagine you in a
Okay.
relationship.
So
'cause you just
time's
jump to
up.
things
I'm
so
going to take
fast.
your
Like, you need
inability to
put the
start
crack
proving
pipe
it as
down,
an
you need to
exemplar
drink
that you
some
can't.
water. You need to calm down.
I'm going to take your inability to start proving it as an exemplar that you can't prove it. I win. Get wrecked, nerd. Now, this isn't a shit talking room. I understand I say some pretty hostile shit, but what I'm not going to do is sit here and listen to a cognitively invalid fucking piece of shit berate my intelligence, right? Like, you don't get the floor for that. That's just, you got to be funny, right? And I don't think anybody finds it funny that when a dude's cognitively pushing your shit out of your fucking mouth or your asshole, it's not funny to just call that person a retard. Like, you have to set that up. You have to show elements or signs of cognitive impairment and then hit them with it. But like when I'm pushing your shit in, and then you just come back that I'm an idiot or a retard, it's like, look, let's just say that's true. Let's say I'm an idiot and a retard. I'm pushing your shit in. So what does that make you? Like, that's even bad. That's like your like chimpanzee level intelligence or something. And these fucking retards are like, oh, I could tell you were bullied. It's like, how? Because I hate you? It's not a sign of being bullied. That's just a sign of you're a piece of shit. Is that really what you think? That anybody who hates your pedophilic and retarded shit was bullied? Then what does that tell you about your religion? When people who object to your religion must have been bullied, what does that tell you about the people in the adherents of your religion? If you rationally infer that if somebody doesn't like your position, that they, quote, must have been bullied, then you're just saying you know that your religion or faith or belief system is just filled with knuckle-dragging retards who bully people. And you're projecting what you know your people do onto everyone. That you're assuming that, right? Because if I had a philosophy and every time I talked to somebody about it, they were all hostile to it, I'd just ask them. I'd be like, dude, like, what's the nature of your hostility? Would you like to talk about it? But if I knew that I was a toxic asshole who shit on people all the time, that's how I'd answer. I'd be like, wow, you must have ran into an Igtheist at some point in the past and he pushed your shit in and made you feel like a fucking retard, huh? If you jump through an impossible hoop, I'll give you a like and subscribe. If you suck my ball sack, I'll delete my channel. Right? If you come over here and you suck my ball sack, I'll delete my YouTube channel. How about that? about that counter offer there, Knight? You come over here and massage my balls real good, and then I'll, just delete my YouTube channel. That's something that's feasible. Like, you could do that. You could theoretically get in your airplane, whatever, fly over here, get off the airport. I could pick you up, and on the way to my house, you could prep me. You could fluff me up a little bit. Then we could get there. We could set up the camera. You could do that. That's all things within your power, right? And so I'm being way more fair, that I'm willing to do something with clear rules, right? Clear, goals. You could do, this is doable. I didn't ask you to do anything supernatural. I just said, hey, shave my balls for me without getting any cuts. No cuts, shave my balls, no cuts, and I'll delete this channel. And you want me, though, on the other hand, you want me to what? Cast a magic spell? You want me to create a big bang and then you'll believe? Like, shut up, dude. Fucking nerd. Look, I can't believe that, like, in 2026 with ChatGPT, there's still, like, these people out there. It just goes to show you that the cultural damage our societies do is irreparable, right? No matter how easy you make studying, how accessible you make information, the power of childhood inculcation is just gonna win. Every fucking time, it's gonna win. Well, not every time, but most of the time. When you have full access during the formative years of your own kid, that is so much harder to unfuck that kid's brain when they become an adult, come on Discord with all their visceral hatred for people who think they're stupid because they believe in magic. They come in here just all high on their delusion, theotoxins raging through their system, just pumping their veins up. And then they ask impossible standards that never happened to them. They want you to fucking do something they've never done themselves. They have a different standard. In order to detard a theotard, you have to achieve a standard higher than what got them into their mentally deluded state. You have to, like, how many times have I, in my life personally, introduced a creationist to biology, and what they do? They came at me with prepared responses about how, Answers in Genesis says this stuff. That kind of mind is fully inculcated. The only people that I'm interested in talking to are the people that hear my voice and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, this is it. This is something interesting. But toxic fucking retards who are deluded by their religion and, their fifis get overwhelmed. Fuck you. I'm not interested. Your parents fucked your brains up, man. There's nothing I can do for you people, and it's super sad. It's super sad. There's nothing I can do to feed the malnourished people in Africa. They're just dying. All over the world, people are dying. There's nothing I can do for those individuals. Right? But there's something I can do for some individuals. Right? But I can't help you if you're talking to me about you want me to cast magic spells and shit, man. I ain't a magic believer. I don't believe in mentally deluded cognitive states, bro. So, no, I ain't gonna fucking prove magic to you. Right? Because that's what you want. That's what you're coming at me with. You want someone to perform a magic trick for you so that you'll stop believing in your wizard. Do you not see what you're fucking doing? It's fucking crazy. You straw man the fuck out of, you theists straw man the fuck out of everybody you speak to. And when they don't fucking live up to the standards you projected into their philosophy, you go back and start sucking on that fucking theotoxin spout, right? You just go right back to it. And dude, if you love the taste of that fucking theotoxin filling your mouth up repeatedly, just pulsating and filling you up, bro, you keep doing that. It's disgusting, but that's you. You do you, right? But you guys, you don't mind your own business and shit. You see me enjoying life without sticking that thing in my mouth and sucking out the theotoxins. You see me enjoying life, well, kind of enjoying life, without doing that task, and it makes you jealous. You wish you could peel your lips from that spout. You wish you could do that. That's why you guys find it so fucking offensive that we don't, thus Igtheists don't take your shit seriously. Just start telling you how you're just fucking deluded and your parents inculcated you and shit. You just hear that as an insult. And I don't care, right? I don't care that you hear that as an insult. It's not an insult. It's the truth. Your parents gaslit you, man. That's the problem with your brain right now. The reason that you believe in all this magical bullshit is because unlike Santa Claus and Tooth Fairy and shit, they didn't stop gaslighting you. But they were gaslighting you with Santa Claus. It's gaslighting. It's fun. And it's okay because, you know, as soon as the kid figures out they're being gaslit and they say something about it, the parents are like, yeah, it's true. We're glad you gotten older and you're thinking bigger now. Right? That's what those things were for. But you abusive fucking pieces of shit took that same cognitive pathway and used it to abuse them. So when they start pushing back against the God Santa Claus, the God one, or the God Easter Bunny, oh, the shit comes down. The shit gets heavy for that little kid, don't it? When they start saying, hey, I don't believe in this shit, that's when the shit gets real fucking heavy for that little kid, huh? That's when the psychological abuse really fucking ramps up. You motherfuckers start gaslighting them. You start telling them, no, it's true. You better believe you're going to get tortured if you don't. That's what you sick fucks do to your own goddamn children. And if you don't have the heart to do it, you take them to an institution that, like that's what they do. They're experts at culturally gaslighting children. They got people up at the front that just inculcate en masse with your same delusion. That's what happens. What you should do, if what you guys were doing, is as soon as they said the gig was up on the God thing, you should have treated it the same way as the Santa Claus. You should have been like, yeah, we just thought it, instilled some kind of morals in you, so we did that. But now that you're an intelligent, rational human being, I can have a conversation with you about why shit's fucked up. But your brain back then was just too stupid to understand morality, so we just gaslit you into doing the right thing. That would be a healthy process. But what happens when you gaslight your children into doing the right thing because they don't know how to think otherwise? They grow up and they start questioning the ways that they, the manner in which they were gaslit and the content that you use to gaslight them, right? They start pushing back on that shit. And you, in your knuckle-dragging form, you cognitively abuse your child. Some of you motherfuckers will even physically abuse and emotionally abuse, right? And cognitive abuse is a form of emotional abuse. We just don't talk about it enough. Gaslighting doesn't get enough fucking attention in the media and shit like that because most people gaslight their children. Most people go home and do those exact same fucking tactics they don't want happening to them on their own goddamn children, and they don't like that topic. So, I'll talk about it. I'll shove your guys' face in that stank. I have no fucking issues, right? Because I know how I'd behave if I had a kid. I wouldn't gaslight the shit out of him. I'd manipulate him into being a better person, but I wouldn't gaslight the fucking shit out of him like you people do about fucking magic and mental diseases and demonic fucking torture and shit like that. Listen, when you guys go around and you tell your children this Jesus shit, you're saying, hey, you see that guy on the wall? You'll never meet that guy on the wall. He'll never mean or do anything for you. But I want you to give every bit of credit in your life to that thing. And if you sense any pride, that's demons coming after you. The moment you start feeling pride, I want you to run to this guy that you'll never meet, and I want you to give it all the praise and all the glory because you, my child, you are just a sinning piece of shit that it deserves nothing but eternal torture. Millions of parents say that exact thing to their children. Millions of parents. It's fucking vile. And then those little kids, they grow up under the thumb of that tyranny. And I interact with them every fucking day on this Discord. I run into these adults who have been gaslit their entire lives to believe that they deserve nothing, that any sense of pride and anything like that, love outside of what is codified to love, any of that shit. It's absolutely fucking vile with what you Christians, what you Muslims, with what you Jews do to your own fucking children. You people mutilate their bodies against their will. That's how much you love your children. You gaslight them and you mutilate them. You literally sever parts of their fucking penises off. You people are disgusting. Right? So I have absolutely no issues with calling you fucking people out on the stank that you fucking make this world. Because if you guys weren't doing that, it would be a much better world. If you guys were gaslighting your children how everybody's equally important, that there's not one special man in the fucking sky, but we're all that special man in the sky, that would be better gaslighting, right? If everybody was taught, if you gaslit your children that they are amongst the gods, that they walk around the divine because humanity is divine and humanity is immaculate, you'd be retarded. But at least you'd be on the good side of retarded.
My anecdotal experience is like with my oldest when he was like 6, so it's going back 6 years ago, but he asked me who the good guys were, and I had to have to hold hard talk with him that there are no good guys. They're just people trying to do the best they can, and there are a lot of assholes out there, so you got to be careful.
Yeah, I think as adults, if we put ourselves in our own little kid shoes and remember our training and shit, that it's psychology inducing traumatic experiences for a lot of people, or reducing. Like that's what they do. The religion is all about putting the memetics in your brain to shut down neural functions. Not all neural functions. They want your rage pathways somewhat under control. They want your hate dialed in. They want your bigotry on spot, on point. Right? These are the ways that people are programmed. Like you have to train someone to hate a trans person. Kids don't just grow up fucking hating trans people because trans people generally they're so fucking rare. You never run into them. So if you're somebody out there in this world, you've never met a trans person and you hate them, that's because your parents fucking hated you and they cognitively abused you when you were at your most vulnerable. And by the time you came to be, your brain was so twisted in a fucking pretzel, you hated random people you've never met. Just like your brain's twisted in a pretzel and you love random people or person you never met, right? You never met this Jesus creature. And if you did, if you teleported back to ancient Judea to meet Jesus, the first thing you would do is begin retching and vomiting at his smegma-like smell. That would be the first thing that you fucking did, because these people barely bathed. They didn't have the luxury of fucking modern technology to fucking wash their nasty asses all the time. So when you appeared on the Sermon on the Mount and you vomited on everybody and then they fucking took you and stuck you to a fucking pole and shoved it up your ass and crucified your ass for interrupting their fucking conversation, then when you teleport back to reality and we like, you know, pull you off of that fucking crucifix, because that's what a crucifix actually is. It wasn't like they did Jesus. They just shoved a pole up your butt back then. And then when we pull you off of it and we use our science magic to wizard your ass back to life, when we ask you, did you really have a good time in ancient Judea? Even then, your cultural gaslighting will be so bad that you'll blame yourself for their bad behavior. You know what's sad is my voice to some people is probably the most loving voice that they've ever fucking actually heard. And that's the most disgusting thing I could say today. That really truly does break my fucking heart about this whole goddamn species, is that right there. Is that there's some fucking poor piece of shit out there that heard my fucking voice and felt that in that was more caring and deserving of attention than their own fucking families ever treated them. Because a lot of people tell me that I just tell them how it is. Right? I'm not afraid to say that bit of it. And it's therapeutic for some people. And I get it. I fucking get it. But it just hurts my motherfucking feelings so bad that it's true when it's true. That my voice should never be the voice of compassion in your life. That should not be the case. crazy that anybody would say that we use deductive logic to derive truths about reality. Like I don't get it. You know, I'm not a big brain nerd. I've never studied philosophy and shit like that. I hope that's clear in my rhetorical style. I only learned philosophy from shitting on philosophers, from disagreeing with philosophers out loud, and at first getting shit on, you know, rhetorically, getting absolutely fucking eviscerated. But then you just learn, right? You just keep doing it. Try again. And then you start learning the memes on how to shit on people, and that's that. And even me, as a full, no, you should see the calluses on my fucking knuckles. As a full-fledged ground monkey knuckle dragger, have learned that deductive logic does not produce new information. It just rearranges it. That's all it does. It just rearranges what you already know in a more concise or meaningful way for you. But you don't get new truths from deductive reasoning. The premises have to be true. They have to be already true. So if all the premises is already true, what's more true, right? You're just rearranging the facts. That's it. And you fucking idiots who study philosophy, like, I have zero empathy for someone who self-identifies as a philosopher and doesn't understand the problem of deduction. That's gaslighting. If you pretend to be a philosopher and you don't know about the problem of deduction, then you've been gaslit. You need to take a fucking step back and unfuck your brain. Because if you think you get new information from deductive reasoning, you don't know what deductive logic is. You just don't. You don't know what deductive logic is. You don't know how to derive a true premise, right? Because every premise that you have in deductive reasoning, you should be able to click on it, and it break and expand into a whole new valid and sound argument. And every premise in that, click on that one. It should already be true. Every premise in the entire logic train, every bit of it, should already be true. Every bit of it. Every last fucking stinking aspect of deductive reasoning should already be true. So the question is, how the fuck did it get true to begin with? How the fuck did we get a true premise? If every premise you click on only introduces new true premises, how are we getting true premises to begin with? They just pop out of the ether from nothing? It's through induction. And so if you've never heard of the problem of deduction, it's because you've always and only probably heard of the problem of induction, and you have been gaslit into believing that deductive logic is better because it deals with absolutes, and inductive logic is not better because it deals with probability statements. You're a moron. All of your truths are the end result of probability analysis, right? A Bayesian reasoning or some model that convinced you, it met your standards for belief, and you just accepted it as a true premise. That's where you get the true premises from. You don't get it from deductive reasoning. When was the last time you had gone through your infinite chain of deductive logic and made sure that it's all true? Never. Because you can't. Because it should be technically or theoretically an infinite chain of every time you click on a premise, you could just keep fucking clicking and it just keeps going back. All over, all the way back. That's how it should be. That's deductive reasoning. They have to be true premises, but there's no deductive method for a new true premise. Just rearranging the information that's already there. So that's the problem of deduction. And if you've never fucking heard of the problem of deduction and you've got philosophers around you that didn't teach you this, go beat the shit out of them with like something that's not harmful, like a pillow or something, so that you can express your rage towards the gaslighting piece of shit, but without actually harming them. It's fucked up what they did to you. You should not have been taught philosophy without being taught the problem of deduction and induction synergize and cancel each other's out as problems. This is why we use inferential reasoning, inductive reasoning, or inductive logic and deductive logic. This is why we do this. Like, genuine philosophers use both. If you're a philosopher and you think you only use deductive logic, what you really are is a Philbro moron. That's what you actually are. If you think that deductive logic is better than inductive logic, it's because you are a gaslit, low IQ Philbro. And, and I figured all that out with merely getting an A in a philosophy 101 class. That's how I did that. I figured that shit out by myself. So I don't understand why the rest of the philosophers don't understand that shit. And it's like they're keeping secrets or something, right? It's like, why are you keeping secrets? Hey, what's up, Pat? Like, that don't make no sense. Just teach people that the problem of induction is rectified by the problem of deduction. And that they're both flawed piece of shit fucking logic models because they're derived from monkey brains. You see, and then we can get along, right? And then we can get along. But your guys' model is getting along because you like chop our heads off and burn down our villages and stuff. That's historically what you guys have done on the, the low IQ side. On the high IQ side, it literally is just like the high IQ nerds like basically invent all the weapons and methodologies for the low IQ nerds to kill all the high IQ. Cycle. I'm so glad that the nerds are moving away from IQ as a valid metric of whatever.
Yo, God is real.
Prove it.
I mean, do you believe in history?
Is that premise one?
Okay, so first of all, how do you think humans were created?
Okay, so, wait, hold on. Is that premise two, or are you switching from that to old premise one? Is this a new premise? I'm confused. What's your argument again?
Okay, my argument is God is real.
Okay, that's a conclusion. That should be conclusion. So that's C. Now, do you have premises?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you. Can I ask you a question?
Well, I'm asking for the argument, and so if you're asking for questions, here's the problem. Yes, you can answer questions, but I want you to pause for a second and think about it. If you need to ask me a question in order for you to present a true premise, and in conjunction with, I want to shit on you, let's just say, hypothetically, my goal in my hypothetical would be to want to shit on you. Knowing that I have to answer your question in order for you to prove something, as a cretin, I'm just not going to answer and then declare victory because you won't be able to prove it because I didn't provide the answer. So, considering that, maybe you should construct your argument such that I don't have to answer it and you could prove it anyway. You know what I mean?
All right. I think God is okay. I think God is real because first of all, I'm claiming that basically all humans came from somewhere in the earth and the universe came
But
from
that's
somewhere.
post hoc reasoning, though. So, did you think at the start of this conversation that I was asking you to prove that humans come from somewhere, like as in we're born? Because I already believe that.
my whole point is that wherever humans come from,
that would be vaginas.
And then wherever the vaginas come from.
Vaginas.
And wherever the vaginas come from.
Well, we're gonna be here for a long. You know, life's been around for like 3 billion
right?
years,
And
right?
then eventually.
Hold on. You're pivoting though. Hold on. Quit spurging. You're pivoting. So here's what happened was you said, where did they come from? And I said vaginas. And without acknowledging the truth of that statement, you pivoted. Do you agree that I have answered where all human beings, every single human being walking the planet, has come from a vagina? This guy rage quitted. That's fine. Every human being has come from a vagina. So the question's asked and answered. It's done. What he did was pivoted to the next vagina without acknowledging that all human beings came from a vagina. So it's that hard. It's when you allow them to run you down the logic train. Don't let them do that. Because answering to one vagina answers to all conditions of reality. That's how powerful vaginas are. Like, I don't know if you guys know enough about physics, but look at it this way. If you imagine a void devoid of all matter and stuff like that, and you just put one vagina in the system, okay? And then anywhere at any distance, it could be 1 millimeter away or 1 gajillion Googleplex miles away. You put one proton in all of reality, anywhere, any distance, and that vagina will instantaneously be linked in the system, and the action will begin. Now, this is all magic science bullshit, but what physics tells us is that the entire system is aware of everything in the system through gravity. So there would be an immediate attraction that would happen. Now, it would take however long it took causality to unfold, but that's how powerful one vagina is every single vagina on this universe, in this reality, they're all cosmically linked in the same way. Penile too. The penises are all linked together too, and they're linked to the vagina. So technically, through gravitational forces, my penis is touching your mouth right now through gravity. Gravity alone. All right, boy, you're up.
Literally, what does this have to do with God not being real?
What do you mean?
What does this have to do with God, though?
I was talking about vaginas, dude.
I know, but like,
did you conflate vaginas and gods?
Name that the title of the thing.
Boy, why are you confused? I was talking about vaginas.
I know, but what does that have to do with God? That's the name of the VC.
Are you like, when I say the word vagina, do you like imagine God or something? Like, what's happening with your brain? Vagina.
I'm asking you, what do vaginas have anything to do with God?
What about penis? Does that do the same thing? Do you think God when I say penis?
No.
Okay,
that's not what I'm doing.
What about
I
basketball?
came in here thinking we were talking about God, and I heard vagina like 30 times.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. You hear me talking about vagina, and you think I'm talking about God. You're confused for something. Why don't you just understand?
Well, yeah,
I'm talking about
I've been
vagina.
sitting here silently waiting for you to link it to God.
It seems if you'd been listening, your question should be, why are you talking about vaginas?
It kind of was, in a sense. I said, how does this have anything to do with God?
Again, I don't know why the word vagina is eliciting God in your brain. Why? What do you mean?
It still isn't answering my question, but okay.
I don't know how to answer your question. I said penis and you didn't think God, but when I say vagina, you think whatever.
Right.
Like, can you prove
that's
God?
That's trying to answer your own question. My question, which I asked first, was how are you going to link this to God? Like I came in here thinking we were talking about God.
Can you prove a God? I mean, I can link vaginas to gods, dude. Is that what do you need me to do that or something?
I mean, I don't need you to. I came in here and I heard you say vagina like 30 times.
I got the memes, bro. I can
maybe
link
it had to
vaginas
link to
directly to God.
I didn't hear, so I had to ask.
Bro, boy, chill. I have the memes to show you how to link vagina to God. Do you need help with that? Okay, have you heard of Aphrodite?
Yeah, is that the god of love?
The goddess of love. Or beauty or something.
Yeah, goddess of love.
Right? She had a vagina. Agreed?
Yeah.
And so she was a goddess.
Goddess. Yeah.
Right? And now did you think that Aphrodite's vagina was like detached and only near her, or do you agree that it is part of her essence's vagina?
Part of her, I guess.
Right, there you go. That's what vagina has to do with God. There you go. You already knew that, dude. Why see, that's why I was confused, is why didn't you know about all the vaginas in reality that are linked to God? Right? Like, why didn't you know that? Were you not paying attention in God study?
No. I kind of fucked off in God class because.
Well, wait till you hear about Asherah. Wait till you hear about who Asherah's man is. That's crazy. That's a crazy story. You should look up Asherah.
It's Yahweh.
Shh. Shh.
All right, then. Well, thanks for answering my question.
So can you prove the existence of a God thing? And we're not talking vaginas. I mean, like the thing you think is God. Hello?
Hello?
Can you prove the existence of a God thing?
Oh, you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't believe in God. I just came in here to listen. But
So you're saying you can't prove it?
I can't, no.
Then I win. Get wrecked, nerd. Now, why not? What's wrong with your brain?
There's nothing. Well, what's wrong with my brain is that I don't, have enough evidence for a God. So
Right, but your amygdala seems to be working. You're responding to stimuli. You can form memories. You should be able to...
Right, but what's wrong with my brain is it lacks the evidence to believe in a God. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have all the senses that I have, and I've used my senses to be able to prove the existence of some God things. So I'm asking, what's wrong with you?
Prove he doesn't exist, then I guess.
Well, I didn't say he. Did you hear me say he?
If I prove it exists.
Okay, which one?
Any. Just prove one.
Okay,
any.
Have you heard of the sun? We call it the star or the sun. Has many names. One of them is Sol. Have you ever heard Sol? S-O-L? Sol?
I like a few times.
So there were two famous homosexuals. One was named Romulus. The other one was named Remus. And one of them founded a whole ass country of motherfuckers. And those morons believed in the sun as God. Greeks did it. The Roman or the Egyptians did it. The Aztec did it. Dude, many cultures have idealized the sun as God. Now, when it comes to existence, all we need to establish is ontology. We don't need any epistemology at all. So we don't need to understand what the fucking sun is. We only need to identify its ontology. Can you do that? Can you identify that sun, the sun's ontology, the thing being referred to as God?
Verify if it's God?
We're not dealing with epistemology, I said. We're dealing with ontology right now. We're trying to prove existence. We do that with representing ontology. We don't do that by just semantically representing an incoherent form of an epistemology. And it's an incoherent form of an epistemology because you're not tethering it to some experience. Whereas these nerds who believed in the existence of the sun as God are meeting that burden whether you like it or not. So they can make incorrect statements about their God thing. They could say, lo, look upon the sun, it gives a shit about you. And I could say, lo, you're a fucking retard, it's a bunch of plasma. I'm giving epistemic pushback there. I'm not giving ontological pushback. So I'm only interested if you can demonstrate the existence of a God. I didn't ask you what a God is yet. That's coming next. I'm just asking if you can demonstrate the existence of one.
I think the closest I could come. Let me pull some up real quick. Some my friend sent me. Hold on.
Do you believe in this thing as God?
No, hold on. Just let me read it.
Why are you citing it then? If you don't believe this thing as God, I'm not interested. Because I'm asking you whether you can prove the existence of the thing you call God.
Well, I don't. So I guess conversation over.
No, it's the conversation begins right there. Why would you think the conversation is over when I detard your brain? That's when it begins.
Well, because you said, okay, there's no need to, use ad hominem. But
I didn't ad hominem. I'm detarding.
You said
detarding.
Yeah, what is that?
Detarding.
What is that?
What? So, okay, so you had parents and you had a culture. And they had a responsibility to teach you how to human. Okay, now along your journey, however old you are, you find yourself in my company, and I'm asking you very clear, circumspect questions that you should be able to answer. And so it is my philosophy that since you don't meet this milestone, you have cognitive impaired development or delayed development. Because you didn't have people to give you the means way back then to teach you how to answer these kinds of questions. So you're already retarded. I am trying to
detard you. So ridiculously much, it's not even...
I don't understand what you're talking about. I explained to you what I mean by retarded. Delayed development. That's the way I'm using the word. Delayed, like If you were my kid and I didn't feed you properly and you were malnourished, would you become retarded?
I mean,
yes.
It depends.
No, it does not depend. I said malnourished.
It absolutely fucking does.
It does not depend because I said
what age? What's the age?
It does not depend because I said malnourished.
Right, but what's the age?
Right. Malnourishment is the word
right.
that I'm.
What's
boy,
the age?
boy.
What
boy.
ages are these occurring?
I'm about to fucking end you right here, dude. If you don't stop interrupting and understand what I'm saying, the question you're asking is answered by the word that I'm emphasizing. I am saying the word malnourishment. There is no age that you can suffer malnourishment and not get retarded. No age. It is logically contradicting the notion of malnourishment.
I'm not saying that's not what I said. I never said there's only certain ages that you can experience.
So I don't need to answer your age question. It's a red herring. Engage in what's being said and stop producing a red herring. So what I asked you, boy, that you're not answering is, if I malnourished you, if you were my child and I malnourished you, should we expect mental retardation or delayed development?
Depends.
All right, you're an idiot. Just go fuck yourself, dude. I'm going to ban you if you answer that one more time that way. I've given you every bit of information that you need. If you can't answer this question honestly, I'm banning you.
Well, you know what? It's my
pleasure. Google the word malnourishment. Google the word malnourishment. Yeah, fuck you, retard. Absolutely fucking disgusting behavior. This dude thinks that malnourishment doesn't cause delayed cognitive development. Can you fucking believe that shit? That trash piece of shit? All right, Full Nelson, you're up. Prove it.
All right, let's prove it. What's the question? What's the question? I've been listening. I'm tuning in. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. I need to take another sip of this tequila.
All right, Andre, you're up. Let's go. Prove it. Andre?
Me?
You're the only Andre in here. Let's see how mighty you are.
I know, bro. I don't want to prove anything.
Bro, you're going around with the name Andre and you're cucking out this fucking early, dude?
No, it's because I don't want to.
Do you know what the word Andre means?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, well, can you represent?
Not really. I don't really represent my name.
Wow. So you're saying you can't prove it?
The existence of a god?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Then I win. Get wrecked, nerd. Now what's wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong.
Do what?
Nothing's wrong.
Sounds like you're full of shit.
Nothing is around?
It's wrong. Wrong.
Nothing is wrong. You can't prove a God thing because nothing is wrong? What does that mean?
No, you asked nothing is... well, whatever. Forget about it.
I'm not going to forget about it. You're in a... This is the theme of the room, man. We challenge people's God beliefs. What we do.
Yeah. No, sure, but I cannot prove that God exists. I'm here just to listen to the conversation.
Yeah, now you're violating my room rules.
Oh, everyone that comes here has to talk?
They have to pay their chat dues.
And I cannot just listen to it?
That wouldn't be paying your chat dues. That would be chat free loading.
Wouldn't it?
All right, then I'm just going to switch to another room.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah, just absolutely fucking dominating. Like, look, Igtheism, it just absolutely slaps, guys.
It's some pretty great rhetoric.
Love the last vid you posted. And by the way, I think you sound fully normal in the beginning. Because yeah, I'm talking to it's a psychological thing. Like, you'll know when I'm talking to my microphone versus talking to a human. It's like I can't treat my microphone like a human. All the rants that I do in here, I'm able to do that because it's prompted by a human. It's not being prompted by my microphone. And that's how I feel. Like when I'm just talking to my microphone, I just feel weird. Like it just feels weird. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I'm gonna start trying to pump out those like shorter kind of videos, more individual kind of stuff. Oh, I made I don't know if I'm gonna release it. It's so bad, but I made a reaction video to a short that I saw last night. But I do not like the format, and I don't feel like redoing it. But I might post it, but I'm gonna put a disclaimer on it that it's like dog shit and the style is likely to change. I don't have a good way to because what I don't have set up right now, and I haven't done the research on how to do it yet, other than on OBS, and OBS feels too clunky for this for me. But how to do a reaction video where I can pause it and talk and then unpause it. And I think the only way I'm going to be able to do that is with OBS. And like I said, I just don't have it set up for that yet. Because right now with DaVinci is what I've been using for editing. The only way that I know to get those voiceovers in there is to like split the video apart and like squeeze it in the middle there. I don't know how to do like a second recorded track that runs while the video's paused that I'm giving commentary on. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to do that. So I got to ask ChatGPT and see how to do it. Because other than using OBS, which I could do it on OBS, it's just I haven't set it up for that yet. Oh, fuck. The Muslims are at it, dude. Goddamn Muslims. You guys heard of the Delivery Protection Act? So, apparently, Ma'am Danny is trying to get a law passed, I guess, in New York to force Amazon to cover the costs of what they call their contractors, their private contractors. And something that's always been a huge problem in the gig industry, to get off topic or whatever, is the idea of what a gig worker is and their like responsibilities and stuff. So these gig workers who do contract work are not reimbursed for a lot of the stuff they pay into being able to do the work. Where if, let's say you work for UPS, for example, and for the example that they're giving, I was going to use like DoorDash or something. People more relate to that, but sticking with Ma'am Danny, like with FedEx or something, the FedEx employee not only makes a decent wage, but all of their stuff is taken care of. They don't have to pay for their truck and all that stuff. Like that's taken care of by FedEx. Whereas with Amazon, they put that burden on the delivery driver. So upkeeping their stuff that's required to represent Amazon is a burden put on the private independent contractor. Where if you're a private independent contractor, you would expect to be able to wear your own uniform. Like you're not working for Amazon, but you are. You're working for Amazon as a private contractor under Amazon because Amazon controls every action you do. So there's this disconnect between what a independent contractor is versus, a business like FedEx or something. Delivery drivers for like Uber and DoorDash, they suffer the same thing. DoorDash, I think, gives the drivers like $2 per run, and that's it. Everything else is on the customer to provide any extra tip to the driver. And at $2 in this economy, like I just filled up gas yesterday. It was $5 a gallon or $4 a gallon. When you think about gas prices and shit, like if like a DoorDasher's not making like $30 an hour, they're not making minimum wage. That's what people don't get. Like if like an Uber driver tells you they made $40 an hour, that's a decent wage. It's okay, but it's not $40 like you think. For one, they have to tax that. That's taxed. And then they have to stipend out of that, petty cash, so that, anything that goes wrong with their vehicle. So by the time, if you make $40 an hour, by the time you're done, you probably made $20, $25 an hour in real money, take home. So you're losing half your fucking wages as, a DoorDasher. So they're not making the money that people think they're making. They're actually struggling pretty hard. So tip your drivers. I would say at least $1 a mile. That's what delivery drivers like to make, is like as a minimum $1 a mile. So when you order DoorDash, it tells you how far away the store is, round up, and if that's your tip, you probably won't never have a problem. But when we put all the burdens on the independent contractors, but they don't make independent contractor money, it's a huge fucking problem. It just becomes slavery. That's what DoorDashers basically are, is they're duped into the system because of manipulative practices on like DoorDash and Uber, where they use like very manipulative tactics, where like, I don't know how Amazon works, but in like, if you've ever done any work on any of those platforms, like the food delivery platforms, you'll get decent orders up front, but then after some amount of time, you just stop getting decent orders so frequently. And they kind of bait you into believing that you can make money on the platform in the long haul, and you don't. It's like the gambler's fallacy or something like that. You may win a little bit at a casino, but the longer you stay at a casino, the more money you lose. And the more money you stay in a gig economy, the more money you lose, because there's days that you're in a deficit, and any day that you're in a deficit as a gig worker is just absolutely, it's devastating. So with New York passing this law, they're starting with Amazon. They could be making it where Amazon is now responsible for all of the heavy burden of costs put on their delivery drivers, which they don't make shit. Amazon makes all the money for those delivery drives. They barely make any money. That's what people don't get. Like, it's you don't make nearly as much as you think in the gig economy. If you're not making like $30 an hour, you're losing money. It sounds like a lot of money, but it's not, because really you gotta cut that right down in half. And at $30 an hour, you're making $15 an hour. That's what you're actually making. And then it's even worse than that. Like if you get a flat tire or anything, like I said, you need that ability. Like, if you're driving for, say DoorDash for 5 years and your fucking engine breaks, you're fucked. Like, they don't help you. You're just fucked. So you better have saved all of the money that you made, because the accumulative loss is probably more. I think when you're working for those gig apps, you're losing more money than you're making if you do it for any substantial amount of time. It's good for the first couple of months, and from you watch any of the YouTube channels that deal with those gig workers. They all say the same thing. It's sort of like a scheme, right? Because there's far more people in your town who want to be those drivers than they can actually employ. So they just do round robin with good orders. And sometimes you're lucky and you might get it, and you have good days, and those are the days that keep you going, because when you do have a good day on those gig apps, it feels rewarding, because you actually make money for not busting your ass. So you feel good. You make gig workers can make $300-400 in a day on a really good day, and they're not really doing much. They're just delivering some easy shit. But you got to understand, they don't have many of those days, and they have many more days where they spent more in gas and in lunch than they made. So seeing Ma'am Danny go after Amazon like this makes me wonder how all the other gig economy apps are they going to be forced to give yearly rebates on tune-ups for your car? Are they going to be required to if you drive for 30,000 miles or whatever for them, are they going to have to give you a full set of tires? Things. I think that would be dope as shit. Like if you're working for them and you're using your vehicle to do that, they should be responsible for taking care of your vehicle. Just like if you worked at any other company, if you worked at FedEx, they'd take care of your shit. If you worked at basically any other company, they would compensate you accordingly. I think the only other people comparable would be like Chinese and pizza delivery. But the thing with that is, from what I understand, like when you're, and it was this way back in the day. I don't know if it's still like that, because I haven't done pizza delivery in a long time. But back in the day, we had like a grid and a distance. We wouldn't deliver past like a 4-mile radius or something like that. And you just had to call the other, like Papa John's or wherever you worked. Or wherever you lived, and get the one closer to you, because you couldn't get like infinite delivery. But like nowadays, you could order from any store in your town. It could be a 15-mile drive for the delivery, and that isn't automatically calculated in the driver's fees. It's kind of just, that's why a lot of orders, I guess, sit there. It's because the company's offering $2, the customer may not be tipping, and you're asking somebody to drive like 30 fucking miles for a $2 thing, and ain't nobody taking that shit. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of content now. I know the way my town's set up, where like all the businesses are kind of like, most of the businesses are like center town, like most small towns, but then like all the rich people who order DoorDash live on the outskirts of town. So basically all the orders in my town are like these, 20-mile round trip fucking thing. So if these people aren't paying their driver like no bullshit, like $15-20 tip, they ain't making any money. It sounds insane, but again, every transit agency in the United States, whether it be food delivery or mass transit on train or in a semi or any of this shit, charges by the mile, and that's just because the mileage wear and tear and the insurance and everything else. And so if you're not paying by mile, then they ain't making no goddamn money. So you might think, well, I'm just going to order a cheeseburger and tip $10 while I live up this mountain. Well, the chances of you getting your shit, if it's a 20-minute round trip, $10 ain't shit. 20 minutes, out there and 20 minutes back, going, 20 miles or whatever. It's just, yeah. You got it. That's what a lot of people, they're like, oh, it's so fucking expensive. You got to tip the driver. And it's like, don't think of it as a tip. Think of it as how much would you pay to not have to go fucking do it your goddamn self. So it ain't a tip. I know it says tip. I never think it. Whenever I, have one of my DoorDash slaves bring shit to me, I don't think of it as a tip. I would never, ever think of whatever pittance I'm give $5, wherever I order, I make sure I do the $1 a mile at least. But I don't think of that's the wage. That's not a tip. If you want to tip them, pay them their wage. Like say your trip's 5 miles for them, give them your $5 wage, and if they do a good job, give them another $5 tip. That's a tip. Tip is what you pay after service, not what you pay to bribe the person to come to you. That's the deal. That's the arrangement. That's not a tip. Because if you didn't tip, you wouldn't get your order. Like it would just sit there and get cold. So it's not a tip. It's a bribe. So think about it that way. You got you're about to order and you want your shit on time. Obviously, you don't want it cold. So you got to bribe the lazy sack of shit who doesn't want to do shit for you for free. You got to bribe him with money just to look at you. He's going to look at it and he's going to decide whether he wants to do it. And then if you like his service, tip after. If you don't tip after, if you pay up front and you tip after, you don't deserve a thank you. You don't, that's not a tip. You didn't do anything. You paid your end of the contract. That's what you did. So if you want a thank you, think you deserve a thank you, then you tip. You give extra. That's a tip. Extra. So many people be like, I put a $5 tip on there. I'm a tipper. It's like, yeah, where do you live, asshole? You probably live on like the 8th story of a fucking apartment complex and you're like 10 miles outside of the city. Your $5 can go fuck itself. That's like a 45-minute fucking $5. Fuck your $5. I'd lose money if I had to do some shit like that. Never fucking do that. Go get it yourself. That $5 is so good. Why don't you fucking walk your ass up to the store for that $5? See you enjoy your fucking pizza, you piece of shit. But yeah, that would be crazy if this Amazon shit got New York, because New York already did some shit back in the day for DoorDashers and stuff. They got them like extra something. I forget what it was. There was like manipulative DoorDash shit or something. DoorDash got sued and they like changed that. So I don't know. Let's see what happens with fucking Amazon if they get that shit done. I'll be back. I gotta go play with my tools. Dude, I gotta tell you, my personal assistant did not do me dirty. All of my equipment still works flawlessly. My battery would still have juice in it. It's fucking great. Shit started
Not that
up.
terrible of a day.
Dude, I mean, all my shit's, it gets started up on the second fucking crank. That thing ain't been on in like months. Cranked right up, and then it died, and sounded like it was running out of fuel. I was like, motherfucker, dude. I started thinking the worst, hitting buttons. I even shook the whole goddamn thing a couple times, and then I realized the gas thing was turned off.
I've done that quite a few times on my generator, wondering why it won't run or start or none of this shit, going, God damn it, what I do? And then I'm looking at the fuel off button or fuel off nozzle. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, I had the throttle all the way down because I should have known, but I've had ear damage since the last time I fucked with it, and so I didn't know if it was as loud as it was, but it wasn't that loud. I was like, damn, this thing sounds a lot quieter. I didn't think about it. And I went into the other side of the trailer where my gun was, started spraying, and I was like, yeah, water. And it died. I'm like, what? And so I had to go, and then I realized I left the throttle like way fucking down. It all works. I do need to do some maintenance on the connectors though, because between spraying, it'll like squirt out in the back of my van and stuff. Because I have the power washer like mounted inside the back of my van so that I don't have to pull it out. The thing weighs like over 100 pounds, dude. I hate picking that thing up and putting it back down. No, but I was surprised, dude. My water's still clean. I had a bunch of water in there, but it's got some pool shock in there. I did have a little bit of algae flare up a little bit there, but when I threw some SH in there, it took care of that problem. And plus, it's got its own cycle. I could cycle the water. I could just flip a switch and it'll drain and refill itself on a cycle through a filter. So all the sediment I got cleared out of there and shit. So the water's nice and clean. But yeah, it's actually kind of funny. So it's my neighbor, and I was leaving. I was going to the store, and I always take my van, for advertisement and shit. And he like flagged me down. He's like, hey. And then I kind of heard him. I'm like looking around. I'm like, hey. He's like, hey. I was like, hey. We just did like 10 seconds of hey. But yeah, it's gonna be like a easy job. He just wants the front of his shit clean. It shouldn't take it'll take longer to set up and roll out and get out of there than it will to actually do the job.
Business is business.
I'm actually gonna try to do trade. I'm gonna trade them because they're electricians. They're in town to do electrical work, and my mom's golf cart. It's getting juice, but like I don't know shit about. I know electricity hurts. That's about what I know about electricity, and so it keeps doing it. We've had it repaired a couple of times now, so I'm gonna trade him and see if he'll just look at it. And if it's a super easy fix, then fix it. But if he could tell us exactly what the fuck is wrong with it, that'd be good enough. Because I was gonna charge him like $40. It was at first it was gonna be 120 because he's like, hey, I want this clean, and it's only a 30-footer. They're just staying in it to do work. It's like a business one or something. Actually, I think it's theirs, but anyway, so originally I told him it was gonna be like 120 just for me to hit it, not all the bells and whistles and shit. And then when he told me what he wanted done, I was like, bro, I'm not gonna charge you $100, like $40, because he just wants the bugs off the front, and it's already been like recently waxed and shit. So I'm just gonna go over there and I got this really good enzyme called Bug Off or Bling, the bug sauce, and the Bling works really good. So you just go and you spray it on there and let it soak for a little bit, and it's just a digestive enzyme, like a juice, and it it helps like liquefy the bug, and then when I go back and spray it, it's just gonna come like right off. Super easy. Yeah, it'll literally take me like 10 minutes to do it. So I'm gonna see if he wants to trade. He probably won't want to, and that'll be fine. So I don't know if I even want to ask him, because in my opinion, it'll probably be harder for him to look at the golf cart than it will for me to go over there and clean the front of his shit off.
Well, it's a good thing you know a low voltage technician.
Dude, you should see my premium gas tank. It looks like a fucking bomb exploded inside of it. Dude, I don't care what people say, man. I love the fact I keep gasoline in the van, and every single time I get in that van, there's no odor of gasoline. So all this shit people are complaining about modern gas cans like expanding and becoming round, it's like, dude, what that means is you're not losing gas, is what that means. So it's just weird that people would complain about their you left. I was saying it's just weird that people would complain that their gas cans are getting all deformed, and it's like, well, that deformation is saving you money, right? Because gas evaporates, and so if it's not sealed, you know, and when it heats up, before when it heated up, those seals on those things were so shitty that the gas just leaked out, and every time you go like fuck with your gas can, you'd smell gasoline everywhere. That's the dangerous part. So like every time I go in my van, the only odors I smell are like oil, and I spill like soap sometimes, so it smells good. It smells like lemon in there. So it's like, you guys could use the old shitty ones all you want. I'll take the ones that look like something blew up inside them because they're under high pressure. That's the only thing you got to be careful about with those kind is when you go to fill up, when you pop the seal, the little squeeze handle things they have, that gas can come flying out pretty hard. So you want to depressure it carefully.
We want no big bada booms.
No, yeah. I mean, that's what I love about it. Because it's a sealed van, so every time I go in, I don't smell any gas ever. The only time I smell gas in there is like if I filled up my pressure washer or something like that, and I spilled some. That's the only time that I'll ever smell gas in there. I'm still like terrified of that goddamn thing, dude. I don't know what it is, man. And it backfiring on me that time does not fucking help, dude. Every time I go to crank that thing, I got that fucking fire extinguisher like right there. I don't know why I'm afraid of it. I am, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you saw me start that thing, dude, like every time, dude, I just expect it to explode. I've never had an engine blow up on me ever. Not a single time. Never, not an issue one. This thing, for whatever reason, scares the shit out of me. I think just because it's sitting in the back of the van and it's like eye level. Whereas every time I start something, it's always like down below you, you know, like down at your feet or something. This thing's like above my head, so it just, when things are above your head, like the chance of them exploding randomly for no reason increase.
Pressure washers are interesting because if you use the throttle control to shut them off and not the power button, it cuts off the fuel, and sometimes it loads fuel into the cylinder, which is why you'll get that backfire. If you shut them off with the power button, it still may load fuel into the cylinder, which it'll still backfire. So mine, every time my pressure washer starts, it'll backfire a few times.
That obviously can't explode shit though, right? Like the metal's like overpowered for that. Like if it exploded, it would come out like the carburetor or something like that, right?
The exhaust.
Yeah, the exhaust or something. Yeah. And see, that's probably what scares me too. Is the exhaust is literally pointing in my direction, but like off to the side, because it's angled to where the exhaust comes back out of the van. You know, I don't want it pumping in the van, so it comes out of the van, which is where I stand. So I got to kind of stand off at an angle. Like away from it and shit, because the crank's on that side though too. So you know, I don't know. I'm just a bitch, I guess. That's what it is. I'm just a fucking pussy and starting that thing every time, every goddamn time. I have to take a deep breath.
I must be one too, because I won't stand next to any exhaust or by the cylinder head, because even though it has a metal casing, that backfire does have enough explosive power if there's too much fuel in there to blow the top off. So, yes.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
I've been
like
beside engines that blew up.
Yeah, maybe my brain's just telling me you're doing something stupid, but like my monkey body is just being like, do it anyway. You need money.
Similar experience taking off a hot radiator cap.
Yeah, true. My grandfather, I still remember my grandfather teaching me about radiator cap.
Anything under pressure, you respect it.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like I don't have like an industrial one, but it's a powerful ass pressure washer. Like it's like it's commercial grade, but it's not like I need a whole ass truck to carry. I've seen some pressure washers, bro. And they're like in a whole nother fucking category. So you got to be careful when you say like commercial pressure washers. It takes on a whole different meaning.
Those diesel powered ones, yeah, they're fucked.
They brought
their own heaters and that.
Yeah, they brought this one. They're running, I think, fiber. I'm not sure, and they use it to drill holes in the ground. So it was a big.
That's cool.
Yeah, dude. It was dope as fuck. It had its own squirting and sucking mechanism, and it worked really good for the ground around here. Because we got some really weird ground. It's like solid clay. It's wild. It's called caliche.
Almost like the bottom of a dry sea.
Yeah, pretty much the same shit. When it gets wet, it turns into like this really muddy, very wet kind of mud. And then just turns to rock. When it dries out, it does that. So like you'll be walking around like in a desert or something, and you'll find where it rained and some dude drove through it, and there'll be a tire mark, and you go like try to fuck with that tire, and it feels like stone almost. You could break it. It's still like soft enough to break, but it feels like stone. It don't feel like dry dirt shaped like, it feels like rock.
It's almost like a clay. Yeah, you were saying we got similar shit.
Yeah. I mean, I bet it is clay. It's such a fine powder when it becomes airborne. It's what like if you ever see a dust storm in New Mexico, it's probably caliche dust. Like it's just very fine powder. You cannot keep it out of your place. Like it don't matter whether you live in a house, apartment, RV, car. Like I went out in my car. I haven't driven my car in like over a year, and I went in there, and there is just a fucking layer in that whole thing of caliche dust, dude. Like you cannot keep it out.
Does it clean off easy though, or is it like a bitch to get off?
If it stays dry, it's super easy to. It's just like a talcum powder; it just brushes right off. But no, if it gets wet, it'll go through wet dry. Like so, things that are exposed like that and then can get wet, like sprinklers. Like if you get a dust storm and it gets dusty, and then your sprinklers come on, it'll kind of wet it down and get some of it off. But that water's enough to like change it chemically as it dehydrates. And it forms like really strong mineral bonds. So if it gets wet, it's hard to get off. But no, if it stays dry, it's super easy. It's just a really thin dust. It's like talcum powder. But yeah, if there was like an apocalypse and shit, and everybody died, and we couldn't clean our places and stuff, it'd take like a couple of years, and like I guarantee every house in this whole region would just be dusty as fuck on the inside. because it's so thin that like if air is blowing in your house anywhere in a crack, that caliche dust is getting in there.
So it's a good draft tool.
Yeah, I guess, but nobody likes it.
I mean, no.
Because like no one really has because if you clean, you don't really notice it. Where you notice it is like attics maybe, or like garages or sheds that you don't go into very often. You go in there and it's just like you open up the door and touch anything and it turns into a cloud. Bump stuff, it like falls into the air and shit. Becomes a cloud. I'm
That's
sure
pollen up here, but we got trees.
Yeah, it does look like pollen, I guess. I think it's probably lighter than pollen, to be honest. But yeah, it does. Like when you bump it, it just looks like pollen coming off of everything.
I'm thinking like diatomaceous earth would be the closest thing everyone would know, probably.
But yeah, that's what a dust storm is. It's not dirt. It's like caliche dust. Yeah, but hopefully, see, I plan on taking my time because they're gone all day for work. I'm just gonna sneak over there while they're at work tomorrow and do it. I'm gonna like take my time and just, you know, kind of be in. It's only gonna take like fucking 10 minutes, but hopefully I could drum up some more work. Because I'll tell you what, man. Like I didn't realize how bad it is, but like the off season when you're just doing RVs and stuff is pretty fucking hard. I gotta change my business model for those seasons, man, and be able to get different work because I didn't get shit the winter. I didn't get shit in the winter, or barely any in spring too. It seems like people only wash their shit in the fucking fall and going into the winter and shit and the summer. Well.
Look who's returned.
Yep. I used you, by the way. Hope you
it
understand that. What?
You used me?
Yeah.
As an example?
Yeah.
I kind of got that, to be fair. He's done that a few times. I wasn't just not the first time you've done that.
I haven't uploaded the video yet, though. It was late last night, and it was saying it was going to take like 45 minutes to render, so I went to sleep. But I'll upload it today.
Hey, if my point of view is not this incoherent, that's what you're saying. You use me as an example because maybe my points are incoherent.
No, I use the people that come in here to preach Igtheism, and then I've been uploading it to the world to see how Igtheists respond to, God claims or not God claims. Because I shit on atheists more than I shit on theists.
Yeah. Okay, but how did you use me as an example? Because I feel like I agree with like the atheist point of view. Yeah, but
but I can't talk to myself, so I gotta use people to say things, and then when they say stuff, my brain starts working.
Yeah, absolutely.
Seems to be a common thread. So.
Oh, dope. I don't know. Can I get a link to the YouTube channel?
Well, I mean, it's pinned in side chat, but that particular video's, well, it's in the live from number 29, 29 live, but it's going to be like an 11-hour.
Yeah, you have to find out where. And
yeah, just wait.
Actually, where is it pinned in the side chat though? I want to see.
You got to just scroll up a little bit, looking for the brain. Yeah. So all my in my video section, most of those videos are the lives, but minus all the silence. And then I put out segments of those, which are individual conversations. But you took up like the last third of the video I'll be releasing today in videos.
Oh, nice. I'll go back and listen because I want to be able to hear what I'm saying and hear even if whether I'm incoherent or it's inconsistent or like you're not always aware of the points that you propagate until you've really heard them back sometimes. And I don't know if that's like a dangerous thing or not, but that's just reflection, isn't it? So I think that's a good thing.
You got to be malleable. You got to be able to be shaped by your own mouth too, because like with my philosophy, I've never studied under anybody, so I just spew. I just say things.
Yeah.
I'm not like citing anybody, right? Like nerds, I guess.
You don't want to claim to an authority or something.
I think it's more important that in the realm of philosophy that we understand that we're all authorities, that there are no authorities in philosophy. There are guidance people to give guidance and help us think, but they're not authorities. Like Aquinas doesn't dictate how we think. You know, Descartes can suck my ball sack.
Like obviously you'd hope, right? That's the right word to use. That if you look at other people who went through a certain thought process, is they're going to give you the advice. That's the problem, right? Like from what perspective is the correct advice to shape someone in philosophy? Like, because could just be biased, or could just be, they might say something that only propagates viewing it from their perspective or whatever. So
Singer's telling on. He says, if this is the bread and butter guy, then the video was uploaded. Okay, I guess I already uploaded
it. The bread and butter guy. Come on, dude. That's what, I think the bread and butter, it's just like it's like Carl Jung, pretty much, what he tried to do in his Red Book. His idea of conceptualizing and deconstructing like maybe what other people determine as God and what it would mean from an internal point of view. So he would kind of think the priest in the bed and the bar, but not. I don't think the way I've said that last time was a bit different.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so words can't prove stuff. I think is the video you're in. I think I made a special segment of that conversation. I think is what Singer might be saying.
Oh yeah, here it is, dude. I can hear me. Subjective and objective Jimmy's made it to YouTube, boys.
Wait, what happened?
No, I started speaking about subjective and objective Jimmy. And subjective and objective Jimmy to me is a funny thing that you've put on YouTube.
Singer, his name is Tyzan, Tyzan.
Where are these funny little graphs that I made when I was being a child doodling about?
No, but I mean, like when it comes to philosophers, I think they're good to listen to. Absolutely, like, all the philosophers are good to listen to. I think it's best that you listen to them in the context of their time and what they would have known at the time, like what was being discussed then, the types of evolution of philosophical thought, shit like that. But people emphasize philosophers too much and try to emulate the philosopher, to be the philosopher, and it's like, no, be yourself, right? Because philosophy is just the love of discourse and the love of talk. It's more structured sophistry, right? It's sophistry with rules. And I think it's better to understand that philosophy isn't an authority, but there's definitely a lot of philosophers that have said and thought things that are really good for guidance and helping us come up with better and better models.
It's all the memetics.
People act like there's like authorities in philosophy, and it's like, yeah, nah, you can believe that.
Yeah, you can if you want.
We're just sniffing our own farts, really.
Well, there is authority in philosophy, and it's you. Don't you think?
No, there's logic is the only authority in philosophy.
Yes. Well,
should be logic, but
I say the authority is the emotion, and then the logic's the understanding what that authority is, because that's kind of, I go like emotion, logic, and then understanding, or at least the logic part. I don't know. That's a bit of a waffle. My bad.
But that's what I think a lot of people have a problem with is when they're getting into philosophy, they're too worried about being right. And I get that you want to be right about your philosophy. I'm not saying you don't want to do that, but they're just terrified of being wrong. They think it's like the end of the fucking world if they're wrong about their philosophy. And the best thing about philosophy is it's like a peer-reviewed process. It's very scientific in that regard, is that you offer your ideas to other people for consideration, and they can either accept or push back. And the pushback is the best. Always the best. I always appreciate pushback that makes sense, not just like emotional pushback, but logical pushback, because that's where you learn. It doesn't matter if you're wrong. If you're able to adjust to new information, you'll always be right. 100% of the time you'll be right, as long as you just adjust where you're wrong. I think that's the core principle of fallibilism, is not getting stuck on any one idea. Always, no matter how reasoned and sound that idea is, even in science, one observation to the contrary is enough to get the nerds to fucking freak out.
I think a lot of people, I think they realize if they're wrong, who are they? And that's a bigger issue to contend with than just being right or wrong about the.
I don't know. I think it's more or less like you said, they're worried about being wrong, but if you never do a better investigation and recheck your work, like you're just wasting your time, in my opinion.
You realize that a lot of people are like they're bound by what they're constructed by. I mean, and that's everyone, actually. Sorry, not just some people. But I mean, like, if there's a belief system which you're going to enforce, and then you could be wrong, some people wouldn't even try to comprehend that, because it doesn't just impact them being wrong about the topic. It will impact that reflectively impacts their person, who they are, how they experience it, what they believe themselves to be, and stuff. And that's there's quite a big barrier to cross, especially if you don't want to do that, or there's no like beneficial motivator to do that. Which is just a little bit more.
Well, there is though, right? Because it's an admittance of fact, right? Like, it's saying that this is my best explanation of current fact with the best available evidence, and always willing to improve on that model, I think, is virtuous, no?
It could be, but if it depends on what the topic is. So you could say that, but if that affronts your belief system or affronts like an objective truth in your situation, you're not gonna, just because you say that's the best evidence towards it, they'll just deny it. It'll just be a straight up denial. You just deny it, or they'll just discredit your character, or they will just discredit it as not knowing enough to make the right adjustment, right? So yeah, I could say it's virtuous, but it doesn't mean someone's going to do that just because it's virtuous.
That's probably tongue in cheek, but I mean, like, is it not like cornerstone, like in admittance? Like, I think it's an act of hubris for us all to, even like when you first come in this room, we challenge everyone with the question, right? Like, we want to see how honest you're going to interlock.
Yeah.
That's also why I do that, like, opening skit, because as an igtheist and being the conversation killer, that is the debate. It's pathetic, it's stupid, but that is the debate. Can you demonstrate its existence? Oh, you can't? Well, then it's over, right? That really is the issue that the ontology of God people are having with, is that it's so easy to shut down the entire discourse because of that one simple fact that you have no epistemic value here. This is just pure semantics. And they don't want to acknowledge that there's a whole nother ontology to discuss, and that's humans and their behaviors, right? And I think that's where the fun is. That's where all the information is. That's where you actually get places, is human discourse. Quit pretending that we know more than we know, and just focus on the shit we do know and have conversations about that. And that's human psychology. So, I keep getting accused of being a conversation killer, and I think it's just a conversation starter. It's getting people to realize that the debate over existence in any topic, regardless of whether it's God, any topic, dogs, giraffes, don't matter. If you can't demonstrate the existence of the thing, you can't fucking say anything about it. It is that fucking simple. So it's an embarrassing win. It's not a W that I'm proud of. It's sort of like beating up a little kid in school or something, just walking on the campus and just getting like a third grader and like pushing them and then just being like, yeah, I won. I mean, it is the same thing. Like when I go to the atheists and the theists and they're talking about the wrong ontology, and I simply ask the question, can you guys demonstrate the existence of the thing that you're talking about? And they're all like, no. Well, then you're all playing imagination. That's imaginary tea you're sipping there, moron. Right? That is the case. That's how pathetic the God debate is. That's why I don't really debate anymore. It's like, yeah, it sounds like a debate sometimes, but it really is a psychology thing, right? Just going inside your brain, rooting around, showing you the memes, showing you where yours are all disconnected and not really addressing anything in reality. It's just your inculcation.
Well, isn't it like an act of arrogance to try and address the ontos of reality from our subjective slice? Like, it's fucking retarded. All we can talk about is our experience. That's all we'll ever have access to. So
that's what I was saying. Absent the experience, yeah, it's extremely narcissistic because it's like, oh, your brain, like that guy from earlier, dude. He just comes in here and it's like he's convinced reality is in such a condition because of his intuitions, and it's like, bruh. So you're saying in order for us to know anything about reality, we got to go through Philip IV first? Philip IV has to fucking do it? He's got to tell us?
Oh. Close the oven.
Just hard to be humble.
Mm. So what do you think about my subjective and objective Jimmy graph?
I don't know, dude. I don't even know what it is.
I know, dude.
What strain are you smoking right now?
I don't believe in
Talk to
subjectivity.
me. Well, why? Wait, so I said that so gently. Like, why? But why?
Well, you know what I'm going to do, though? Any conversation we try and have, I'm going to try and ground in reality and build out from there, right? Like, I don't like talking woo-woo. It's kind of ridiculous.
Because I don't think subjectivity is a magic portal. Every
Absolutely not,
subjective experience you've ever had is an objective fact of my reality. It's a mind-independent feature of reality. It would be abnormal. It would be abnormal for me to be the one thing that's different about reality. That is a level of narcissism that I just can't grasp to. That I'm different because I'm looking out of the windows of my own eyes. That's different. Isn't every 8 billion of us doing exactly the same thing? So it just seems to me, even though I can't directly prove that statement, that I would have to be an extreme narcissist to believe that anything about my being or biology is any different than 1 micrometer away from what is me, right? Just literally right in front of my face. Like, I must be surrounded by a weird bubble, right? That makes my causal relations different, that my subjectivity can be distinguished from the objectivity that I reside.
Mm. And that's emotions, isn't it? Your emotions are subjective to yourself. We share them,
your emotions are objective facts of my reality, though.
Absolutely.
And not, 799 billion, 900, or million, right? 7 billion, 8 billion people are all objective facts of my reality. Why wouldn't I be an objective fact of reality then? That's my inference rule. If I can argue that all of your, no, I'm just saying, if I can argue that all 8 billion of you motherfuckers are objective facts of my reality, then the logical inference is that I am an objective fact of reality.
Yes.
All of my opinions, all of that shit. I don't believe there is. I don't believe there is a subjective experience. I don't believe that's a thing. There is my vantage, sure, but I don't see that that's any different than anything else going on.
because the way you're gonna feel about the if there's the feeling of the experience. For example, if there's me and there's a raccoon.
Dude, I'm not even convinced that that's happening. I have an experience of that.
What the? So, yeah, but hold on. My brain just went ookie.
So,
right? But
yeah, let me explain to you.
That,
there was an experiment done using an fMRI a long time ago, years and years ago. The experiment worked by they gave you two buttons to press, one in your left hand, one in your right hand. And the idea is that you were to lay in this machine and think about clicking one of the buttons and then click it. And after the nerds did their scans, right, they got you to do it for a while, they were able to predict with over an 80% accuracy of which button you were going to pick before you picked the button. Before you consciously decided to pick the button, your brain had already run the model and the algorithms and it sent the signal before your brain realized that you wanted to pick the left one. Before your conscious awareness said left, you had already sent the signals for left. So your body informed you after the fact that you're going to make this decision. That's your experience, that you were going to make a decision. But the neurochemistry says you made the decision independent of your conscious awareness, and an aspect of your body you're not experiencing informed your experience, right? So it's retrograde, right, or retrocausal, if you will, in the model. But obviously the explanation is not retrocausal. This is a normal causal relationships, and these conscious effects that we have seem to be after the fact. Like you're imprisoned, if you will, by your brain, and your brain is using its conscious self-awareness for tasks.
I got
to
a
learn
metaphor.
Stuff.
It's like you're in a Halloween costume.
You're not the main character, dude.
I was gonna literally take it somewhere else. I hear everything you're saying. So I think the point I'm trying to dig at there is to say that even for everything that you just said, so I'd have to like rephrase it, is if your like your neurochemistry is going to make up that experience for you, what the after effect of the decisions being made is going to reflect as consciousness.
Well, no. What I'm saying is your meat is informing you of the decision, right? It's informing. Yes. Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
You're Spurg talking, man.
No, because I think I'm trying to get at something.
Get it out of your system,
the point after. I think I'm trying to get at the point after is what you're saying. Like me and a chimpanzee and a raccoon to a cat.
You understand I'm not listening to a word you're saying right now. I'm waiting for you to finish Spurg talking over me.
Yeah. It's just like the biology is going to represent consciousness in a different form. So then it's going to be a different.
No, you're missing what he's saying.
You didn't listen to I just said, did you?
No, I listened to every word. I just said that was my opinion.
Then how did you not computate the concept of shut the fuck up and stop over talking me? How did that not flesh out of what I was telling you? Shut the fuck up and stop over talking me. Is it clear that time, Taizan?
We were having a
so
conversation.
It's clear. It's not clear to you that I'm saying shut the fuck up and stop over talking me.
It's very clear, but
okay, I don't think it's clear. We'll let us know how long it takes you to get it clear into your fucking head what I was just literally telling you to do, Taizan. Holy shit. Shut the fuck up means don't say okay. Shut the fuck up doesn't mean say go ahead. Shut the fuck up doesn't mean make noise not shutting up. Are you this fucking retarded on this? Like, are you autistic? What is wrong with you? Do you not understand social cues? Wow, still lost. Anyway, have fun.
So maybe what you were talking about there before, if I understand it correctly, is we're making decisions before we're consciously aware of them.
No, it's why it's confusing. It's that you get the sensation that your meat gives you a sensation that you think you've made a decision. Like it just makes you feel like you made the decision. So it made a decision and then spritzed you with the feeling that made you think you made the decision.
So I was going to suggest earlier too, it lends the idea to like we all create our own reality and we need to be aware of that as well, right? So we're just getting these sensations of what the fuck do they really mean, I think. It's like, yeah, that's a good idea. I like this. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's what that experiment kind of fleshed out for me is that though we do feel like we're the ones making the decision, it seems like the sensation of making a decision is just an independent sensation. It does not have to actually be tied to anything. And if you understand emotional states, this is true of basically all emotional states. Like elation doesn't actually have to be tied to anything that would cause elation. It could just fire off in your brain. Any emotion, anger, happiness, can just randomly develop in the brain as the brain does its things, right? And we could just have these kind of transient emotional states or waves or whatever you want to call them. Well,
could you call them a preference?
I don't know if you would call that a preference.
Yeah, I don't know either. So
I guess they're kind of related, but preferences are sort of misconceptions. Like you have to be introduced to the thing to develop the preference. So without that, you wouldn't be able to formulate the concept of preference. So you know what I mean? Like but this in this regard, this is just a natural function that it seems like emotions can just fire and they don't have to be targeted at anything, or they generally are targeted at things. And those are, what we consider our experiences and stuff is how, our emotional responses to, environmental stimuli and shit. Well, it just seems like the sensation, like elation can be a feeling that you get. You made the decision can be a feeling that you get, right? Like you might get angry and you feel anger. Well, you might feel like you made a decision. If your brain squirts you with you made the decision emotion, like that's kind of like a temporal lobe epilepsy, right? It's the same thing. It's like in deja vu, what they think is happening with deja vu is that the sensation of familiarity is firing during a novel event. And so even though it's a completely novel event, the spritz of familiarity is being squirted on that experience, right? So you have this novel experience, but you get the same like emotional hormones raging that you would at something familiar. And your brain gets confused, and so you just feel like you're teleporting through space-time and you did all this shit before. But it's only because that sensation was applied to a novel experience. And so your brain had this sense of cognitive dissonance, like it couldn't mesh the two together, and it fucks with your experience, and you feel like that deja vu moment. Bro, why are you like spamming in side chat? What is all this shit, dude? Look, man, I don't know what to tell you. I don't want to read all that shit. I don't like people over talking me. And while I'm talking, you have this knack of just biting at my ankles, making all kinds of noise. Like I have not really had many statements with you where I've got to start and finish without you making noise throughout the entire fucking thing that I'm saying. Like, I just can't do that. I don't do it to you. I don't sit there and go, the whole time you're talking, do I? I don't slide in there constantly just, I mean, that's like you the whole time I'm talking. Just turn that shit off. Mute your goddamn microphone, and then I won't be rage spurging on you, telling you to shut up. Dude, I literally told you. That's why I asked, are you autistic? Because I told you directly to stop talking and you wouldn't shut up. You were explaining to me with words why you didn't shut up. Do you understand that? Like, I can't help you at that point. You're stuck in some weird psycho-cognitive fucking loop where you think talking is what I was asking you to do. To say more words. To explain.
He's a chill guy, bro. Calm down. He's a chill guy.
Like, to explain to me that you're shutting up. That doesn't make any sense. And so you don't listen, dude. You didn't listen to like the words that I'm saying. I'm just some vibration in your ear. I told you, when I muted you, I gave you the information you needed to get unmuted immediately. If you were listening, I immediately told you how to get unmuted. And you're telling me it's a holy dictatorship? You're an asshole. You don't listen. I muted you and I said, let me know when you're done over talking me and I'll unmute you. That's what I said. I said those words. Like, I don't, you could play it back on the live, Taizan. Go back on the live. You'll see. You're not listening. Because that was the order of events. I was rage spurging for you to shut up. You wouldn't shut up, so I muted you. And then I immediately said, let me know when you're done over talking me and I'll unmute you. You're not listening. You don't listen, do you? Do I need to say it again? And like, will you listen this time? It seems to me like you might be autistic, bro. I'm not trying to be rude. Your social cues are dog shit. Listen again. Let me know when you're listening. See how you're not listening? You're not listening at all. See the guy with the Muslim name? He's listening. I didn't ask if you can type listening. You don't listen. Let me know when you're listening. This guy with the Arabic name is listening twice as hard as you are, Taizan. I'll say it again. Let me know when you're listening. See, I'm asking you to listen. You're not letting me know that you're listening. If you were listening, you'd know that I'm looking for you to answer whether or not you're listening, but you're not listening. This guy that's got the Islamic name or whatever that is, the Arabic name, is listening. He's doing it on your behalf, but I'm not taking it because I don't know if you're listening. I'm not here to listen to you, Taizan. I'm not here to listen to you. And we're stuck. We're stuck right now because you won't let me know if you're listening or not. This is your obstinance and your arrogance right here. No, this is your obstinance and arrogance. For whatever reason in your mind, you feel that you'll be belittling yourself by answering that you're listening. You're having a cognitive episode in your brain that you can't just say, I'm listening. For whatever reason, that's a cognitive impasse for you. No, I said, when you're listening, let me know that you're listening. See, you keep doing it. I saw that the last time that you typed the period, which indicates that you're suggesting to me that you've already answered. See, look, this Atlas guy, he's done it. He just joined the room and like doesn't even really know what's going on. And both of these guys are capable of just saying, I'm listening. You are incapable of letting me know that you're listening. They're trying to help you out. They want to hear this conversation move forward too. No, this isn't gaslighting. This is just me getting you to start participating. Okay, finally, you're listening. Okay, now, when I muted you, so hopefully still listen, keep listening. When I muted you, I immediately followed the muting up with a statement that said, let me know when you're done over talking me, and then I'll unmute you. That's what I said. I muted you, and then I said, let me know when you're done over talking me, and then I'll unmute you. I said that. I said it twice in a row there for you. See, you're not answering the question. It's like you're not listening. You're crying in my side chat. You could have been unmuted seconds, literally seconds after I muted you. Because I said it just like this. I muted you, and then I said, let me know when you're done over talking me, and I'll unmute you. And if you had typed in side chat, okay, I'm done over talking you, I would have unmuted you. It would have been, but you don't listen. You're not listening to what I'm saying. And you want to turn this around to like I'm gaslighting and I'm being manipulative. No, this is your obstinance and your arrogance right here. All full throttle in your control. You are muted on your own behalf. You want to be muted because you want to abuse me. You need a reason to turn this and project this attitude onto me. You're in my room, and I'm not going to tolerate you over-talking me. I've warned you multiple times on microphone. I told you directly to shut the fuck up, right? And you didn't. You kept talking, and so I had to mute you. No one on my YouTube is going to want to listen to two people over-talk each other, and so I don't allow it. It's stipulated in my rules. Whenever the talking happens, I'm the one who wins. You're in my chat room. I win that fight. You're on my radio show. Anybody listening to this, they're listening to me shit on other people. They're not listening to me being overtalked by the person I'm trying to shit on. They're not listening to that. And so you got to lose that fight basically every time. Whenever it gets to a fight, you have to lose that fight, right? It could be some pushback. You could be trying to say something, and I'm trying to interrupt, and you're like, wait, just let me finish. And then I might let you finish. I might go, okay, this guy's been respectful. He's been respecting my rooms, blah, 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 right? I'll let him go, right? But for you, bro, you can't even let me know that you're done over talking me. So I told you, when you're done, when you tell me that is when you'll get unmuted. You're muted for however long it takes you to acknowledge that you're not going to overtalk me anymore. You're not going to sit there and make fucking noises the whole goddamn time that I'm talking. But you won't agree to that because you think you have the right to do that. And in your chat room, you would, Taizan. In your chat room, when you got your own chat room, you got some dude in there just constantly annoying the shit out of you. You remember these days. Remember, if you moderate them, you're just a dictator, right? If you don't force people to follow your rules in your own room, then you're a cuck, dude. I have it stipulated inside chat that you don't get to overtalk me, bro. And you won't capitulate to my rules. So just you stay muted, bro. This is your obstinance and your arrogance. It's mostly your arrogance that's keeping you muted right here. Your obstinance is what got you muted, though. I mean, you could call me a control freak, a manipulative asshole. I mean, but that's just what everybody acts like in their own house. You're in my house. This is not hard, dude. Not hard at all. If I was in your fucking house, I'd be following all your goddamn rules. And if I didn't like them, I'd fucking leave. Like, what's your issue, dude? You think I'm going to change my rules for you? Wouldn't that be unfair to everybody before you if I just said, okay, fuck it, I'll let this one guy overtalk me? That would be. It would be unfair to everybody before me that's respected the rule. All these other people are respecting the rules in here. And the thing is any one of these guys starts talking, I shut up, basically, most of the time. They want to get in here in the middle of a rant like this, they just start talking, I shut up. Because they've shown it. We're all like equals on that level. That's why they're moderators. They moderate in this room however the fuck they want to. Right? I don't like them, doing certain things if they're not engaged in the conversation and you're banning people and shit like that. That's fucked up. But You know, if they're in a conversation and some dude's being a douche and they get fucking banned, whatever, we can unban people. It's not permanent. But like, you're just stuck on your own arrogance, bro. You're gonna stay muted. Right? And at some point, I'm gonna get done you posting in my side chat. My side chat is meant for you to get unmuted. That's why I told you I'm really not reading what you're typing. I'm only looking for cued responses, which are you're gonna agree that you won't overtalk anymore. That's basically the only thing that, you know, I'm letting get into my brain. Everything else is just irrelevant fucking noise, dude. You see, like you think I'm reading that. Like in your deluded headspace, you think I'm reading that fucking giant wall of shit. Why would you do that? Why are you you're typing more shit I won't read. Here, let me help you understand this. So, Taizan, I'm going to explain how it's going to work. So this is critical information you need to listen to. I hope you're listening. I can't guarantee that you are because you seem to lie about whether you're listening or not. I'm about to hush you, which means you're not going to be able to type in my side chat. But what I'm going to do is every time I can hear your voice, I'm going to get you to agree that you'll stop over talking me. So when the mute wears off, you'll be able to speak again. But the only information I'll need from you is whether you agree to not over talk me. And at any point, if you don't answer that, when I hear your voice again, I'm just going to mute you and you're going to be stuck on that timer. Right? The only reason I'm not banning you is because you've given me some pretty decent content. Otherwise, you know, I'd have banned you by now. Right now, the issue with you is your obstinance. So you're getting hushed. When the mute wears off, the only thing I want to hear from you is that you're going to agree to my rules.
Seeing it's not that hard to have a voice if you know it. Like, just pay a fucking attention, man. It's easy.
Yeah, and you're getting hushed for the duration. You're lucky I don't unmute you and mute you again to reset the timer, because you tried to, like a snaky little piece of shit, right at the last second there, slide it in. I saw it. I read it. Didn't count. Are you the robots guy? Because I already made my decision on that, and I'm not going to let you walk it back until the shit pops. So you get to fuck with me on your time, and I get to respond in kind on my time. You're on my time. My room punishments here, they're on my time. Just like you got to choose. Just like you got to choose to be an asshole this whole time, Tyson. You were at full reign and control of breaking my room rules and just shitting on me the whole goddamn time. I'm gonna do the same to you. So now it's an uphill battle. I'm gonna be treating you like this from here on out, Tyson. You're gonna have to earn normal respect, because I know you're an arrogant piece of shit, a manipulative, arrogant piece of shit. That's what you are in my book. That's the tick. I ticked that off right there, especially when right at the last second before I was hushing you, you tried to squeeze in there, okay, I won't overtalk. You punished me that whole fucking wall of text. And it was the last one right before I hushed you that you thought was you were just going to slide it in there right at the last moment. And I let you. You did. You got it in there. You met it. But it was too late because you pushed my buttons for too long. Had you done that 20 minutes ago, I wouldn't be saying any of this shit right here. If you just said, okay, I won't overtalk you. I agree to your room rules. They're in the room chat. Like, you could. This room itself has been open for 1,000 hours. And those room rules have been there the whole fucking time. When the room was reset, it was at 5,000 hours. And those room rules were there the whole time. So at least 6,000 hours on record that you don't get to overtalk me is there. And Taizan, you told every person before you, all these people here who have respected the room rules the entire time they've been in this room, you told every single one of them to go fuck yourself. You're special. You're some arrogant guy that we fucking need you. You're just going to overtalk us and disrespect our room rules. You're telling everybody in this room. Every single fucking person. It's disgusting. Your behavior is absolutely abhorrent. So at some point, your shit will wear off. And then I'm going to hear you in side chat say, okay, I respect your room rules. I won't overtalk you. And if you don't say that, you're getting muted again. I hope
I'm gonna
you
shut
will
up.
fucking listen.
I was just going on like him, right? I was just going to shut up like him, and I'm just going to talk about shutting up and all the things I'm going to do rather than just demonstrate the fact.
Yeah, it's like, dude, like, look, I understand that those tactics I was using on you were considered abusive by some. some without context would be like, wow, this dude, like you said, sounds like a gaslighting asshole. And you're right. I mean, it does. Like, if you zoom out and look at it, it sounds like I was gaslighting you, but I wasn't. Right? I wasn't. I was using the tactic of a gaslighter. But you know what made what I was saying not gaslighting is that it was true. All of my room rules are posted in side chat. And by you disrespecting my room rules, you were telling us to go fuck myself. All of us. You're telling every single person in here to go fuck ourselves. So it's actually on you. I was just employing the same techniques a gaslighter would use to abuse you. Right? But it was true. That's why it's not gaslighting when I do it. Because when I gaslight people, I make sure what I'm saying is true. I just use the same toxic vitriolic fucking modality that those toxic pieces of shit use, right? Because I mean, I've been gaslit my whole fucking life by society. I just paid attention to how to gaslight. I could gaslight, bro. Like I would make an excellent gaslighter if I wanted to. If I had no empathy for human beings and I thought it was okay to actually treat people like that, yeah, I could probably be a really good gaslighter and manipulator if I wanted to be. I understand enough about human psychology to be able to manipulate people. Sure. My only flaw with that is that I'm honest and I don't want people to get fucking manipulated. So when I'm manipulating, I let them know up front, I am manipulating you. I am trying to get inside your brain and plant memetics in your brain that you might not understand right now, but I'm just seeding that information in there. And in the hopes that if I do it enough times, enough information will get in here and you'll switch to my side. Now that's manipulative, but I'm telling you I'm doing it. So that you can apply that when other people are doing it to you. You'll be like, wow, this is the same technique Agnostic one was using. But I noticed he taught me definitely to fucking fact check the shit. Right? Oh shit, this dude's wrong. So it's gaslighting. Oh shit, this dude's right. So it's not gaslighting. That's your problem, Taizan. You were disrespecting our rules. And then you want to be an absolute toxic gaslighting sack of shit and act like it was something we did. That we're the assholes here, Taizan. You could have clicked the disconnect button at any fucking time. I'm done with you. I got the video. I don't need you anymore. You're just some fucking random asshole. I got what I needed. There. See? Honest. I tell everybody up front, you're not friends with me. I'm not going to be friends with you. I'm an ethical misanthrope. I don't even like you. Never will. You're here of your own volition, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I am honest, dude. It's just what it looks like when somebody's honest and they're an asshole. It's just what it looks like. But, you know, it's people like you, manipulative, gaslighting sacks of shit, that made me like this. So fucking, like, jaded and just fucking worn out with dealing with you fucking people and your vile fucking ethics. Like, I would just never treat somebody like you did, right? Like, if somebody didn't want me in an area like that, I'd just fucking leave, dude. I might get some parting blows or some shit like that, but I'm gone. And I'm not going to be a persistent person coming back, like, hey, I'm the guy you hate. Get my ban, my daily ban or whatever. You know how many fucking idiots I deal with that are like that? How many people get on our ban list because they just come in here and say stupid shit like that? Can't respect the room rules. There's like we were just talking about it earlier. It's like 1,000 fucking rooms on this platform now that you could be enjoying. But you decided to just repeatedly break my room rules over and over and over and over. How many did it delete? It was like something like 20 comments, and it was only the last one that mattered. And I was asking you for that last one the whole goddamn time. But I'm the gaslighting asshole, Taizan. Me. The guy who wears it all on his fucking sleeves. Yeah, okay. Sure. Oh, there it is. My bad. I was way off. 49 messages. 49, Taizan. And only one of them. 48 useless troll comments, right? When I only needed the one. The last one. That's on you, man. That's your toxicity right there. You forced a grown man to sit here for, what was it, like an hour or something, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, I don't know how long it was, 20 minutes. Fucking sit here reminding you over and over and over, I need you to just capitulate to my room rules, dude. I just need you to agree. Your Muslim buddy there, you know, calm, Habibi. Habibi, calm down. You're going to have a heart attack. Strike Force is possessed by a jinn, big jinn. I am listening, Habibi. He's listening now. Let him know, Taizan. You don't listen. Yeah, I know, Singer. That's what I'm saying, man. It's his arrogance that got him. Look, I'm not saying I ain't arrogant or like I don't suffer the same arrogant conditions as every other goddamn monkey on this fucking planet. Like, holy shit, if I wanted to be in somebody else's room and I was causing them a fucking problem, and I didn't want to cause them a fucking problem, yeah, I'd just fucking tell them, yeah, my bad, dude. I'm not trying to fuck with you or whatever. I was just having fun, something like that. But no, this arrogant piece of shit right here felt like it would be like exploiting some weakness in him to get him to, capitulate to my fucking room rules. That's standard. That's given. If I walk into your house, immediate. You don't got to ask me to to respect your rules. If I know your rule, I'll respect it. If I don't, I'm not trying to do it. You just remind me, hey, this is we don't fart at the dinner table, bro. Not in our house. I'll be like, oh, my bad, dude. See, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think this guy's fucking learned shit, man. He's just an arrogant asshole. We'll see though. Damn, I guess Lauren Boebert's son is like a pedo or some shit.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to trigger you there, man. I think I just get excited and talk pretty fast.
Oh wow, doesn't listen to a fucking word that's being said, does it? What did I tell you? If I don't hear you answer to fucking whether you're gonna follow my room rules or not, the mute's just gonna go right back on. Your fucking ears don't work, bitch. Start turning those motherfuckers on. I'm tired of wasting my fucking breath on you, dude. We may go round robin on this one or two more times, and I'm just gonna be done with you and ban you, dude. You're being an asshole. I just spent 40 fucking minutes basically repeating myself over and over and over and over. And what did your arrogant ass do? Your arrogant ass did exactly what I said would get you fucking muted. So there's your fucking mute, retard. Oh shit, my new best friend left. Damn, Tarzan, we were bonding. Wow. We're so cooked. Did you guys see what happened in Arizona? Holy shit. So they just had a Republican primary, and a Republican won every single fucking election. Right down ballot, dude. A fucking Republican won. In case you guys don't get the irony, only Republicans run in a Republican primary. And I guess Donald Trump tweeted last night, congratulations to all the Republicans who won in the Arizona. And he was talking about how it was sweeping that only Republicans won. It's like a primary. You fucking knuckle dragger.
Yo. Hey, anti-nerd, United Strike Force, you there?
Prove it.
I don't know. I just got a question. If you can help me out. So, have you? I was just. Someone was saying something about how I don't know if you know anything about this. The text, Mark, Luke, John, Matthew. Do you know anything about if those are anonymously written, or is that like something you've looked into?
I mean, by anonymous, I know that most of the texts don't have named authors, and so the names of the authors are given to them. But there's some you would have to look up. I think it's called the Q source. Have you ever heard of that?
No, not direct. No.
So Google that. I think it's called the Q source, but it's all of the actual parchments and actual physical historical information that all the nerds cite as the founding, the oldest documents we have, and they come from different eras and stuff like that. But I mean, they have authors, but we don't know who they are.
Okay, and then second thing, would you think it's immoral to teach your child Christianity from a young age where they can be indoctrined?
Depends on your method of teaching. I would say as long as you're teaching your child in the modality you believe something, then there's not really an ethical situation in that. I would have to discern whether it's ethical or not. The principle you're teaching at that point. I'm more about modality, that it makes it immoral when you teach someone in a modality you don't believe.
Okay, so you think it's immoral of not necessarily a fake Christian, but a Christian who doesn't necessarily fully believe in their beliefs to spread the word.
It's not that. Imagine if take bullying or something. If I believe that I don't want to go to jail, so I'm not just going to hit people in the face when they say mean things, but I teach my kid that it's okay to punch people in the face.
Yeah.
Right? If I can give you good reasons why you shouldn't punch people in the face, then you have moral warrant to ask me why I'm doing an unethical thing, which is teaching my kid that it's okay to punch people in the face. Now, if I believed that it's okay to punch people in the face, and I've lived that consequence in life, say I've been to jail 3 or 4 times for punching people in the face, and I teach my kid that it's okay to punch people in the face, and I would say on a consistent basis, you're being ethical, even though I ethically disagree with the principle of punching people in the face.
Okay.
I would understand that you're teaching in the modality you believe. And I think that's where most religious people go wrong, is most adult religious people will talk about faith, but when they teach their children to accept absolute facts.
Yeah.
And that's immoral. It doesn't matter what you're teaching.
So you would think it'd be better. Okay, so it's one of those things where, if I was to teach my child religion, I wouldn't teach it on things that are not necessarily 100% proven or 100% fact. It'd be best to just teach them different ethical things that I would believe in, like treat your neighbors, them type of things.
I'm just saying, just be consistent with the way that you believe it. If you
believe,
if you believe Christianity on faith, if you say you stand on a foundation that you just accepted on faith, then any time that you're talking to your child about religion, you should teach them on faith. You shouldn't teach them, hey, these things are absolute fact, right? Because they're going to get old enough to one day to ask you to substantiate that from an adult's perspective. And when you know you don't have that already because you're using faith, then you shouldn't teach your child on it. You should just be like, look, I don't know. I believe this. This is my belief. Just stick true to your form, because that makes the inculcation less toxic, less.
You'd probably agree that that's the majority of people that teach their children, because I feel like a lot of children will grow up and like me growing up, I mean, I grew up in church. I generally, like, when I was growing up, I generally believed that everybody, like, you know what I'm saying? There's proof that God's real, that Jesus was real, all this. And then I guess as you get older, you look into it more. And I feel that probably is the same case for a lot of children that grow up in a Christian household. Majority of the times, they probably just, yeah.
This is why I tell people that basically everything they know or discuss about God is from an inculcative pathway of Chinese whispers, but it's familial Chinese whispers. So, like, the generations from one generation to the next is playing telephone.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to question whether or not telephone from prehistory into early history into today is sufficient. And I think you could see that overwhelmingly, no, telephone is never good.
Yeah, so I mean, the best resource that you could use is probably the earliest dated text, like you said, from Q source to even
for the
gain that
question you're
information.
asking. Yeah, for that particular question, but I think rationale alone rules out Christianity.
Obviously, yeah. Okay, gotcha. Sounds good. You have a good rest of your day, man.
Wizard spells. I think it's called the Q source. Hold on.
It sounded familiar.
It's not the Q source. Let me find it out. Let me find it. Yeah, I'm not a scholar, so. Maybe it is the Q source. It is. That's what the nerd is telling.
Sorry, dude, what'd you say?
No, I was just trying to figure out what it was called, but just to make sure I was remembering correctly about the Q source.
Okay, cool.
I don't think it is the Q source that I was trying to remember. I know there's a like a museum or an organization that keeps track of the oldest, and I know the Vatican has like the oldest Bibles, and it's what is theirs called? Let me see if the nerd's talking about it. Oh yeah, the Codex. What was it called? Vaticanus. Yeah, the Codex Vaticanus, the oldest extant near complete manuscript of the Greek Bible. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, because I know maybe that is what it is, and I just know it under some different shit or something like that. But it's the set of the earliest documents, and they're not very complete at all. But there's a lot of information I guess they have. Those are basically, if you're asking any questions about, you know, biblical origins, that you got to go to institutions like that, and they're keeping track of that shit. But a scholar, I am not. I took a couple of history classes, that's it. Dude, holy shit, did I hear that right? There is a unit of measurement called a megasemen. It's in chemistry. Wow. All right, stupid. Did you bring it? Oh, you're an initiate. An initiate.
They're the worst.
Well, you can pull the peanuts out of my initiate. All right, nerd, you bring it. Wadia? What does that even mean? Is that Spanish?
Got squiggles on his profile, so who the fuck knows?
Is that a cannibal in his profile picture? Yeah, it is. Dude likes cannibals. It's crazy. Dude, if you're talking, no one can hear you. Wow. Wow.
Dude, I'm confused. Like, husband was supposed to be home an hour ago. He's not answering his phone. Oh, there we go. Never mind.
Yeah, he's cheating.
So I forgot husband had therapy. Hello, master. Can you prove it? Master, I asked, can you prove it?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Boom. Proved. Done.
Bro, are you on meth?
What was that? A yes or a no to the meth question? Are you gonna game agnostic? Do you want me to take care of him?
I don't give a shit.
I mean, I just got him muted. I'm not looking at his ugly face. What you playing?
Project Zomboid.
Nice. Did you think that would take away your meat, you dumb fuck? He's calling me fat in the side chat. I think it's funny. How do I ban again? It's ban like / or something or backward slash.
Right click on them and go to apps. But like he's spurging, so I don't know if you want to do that, do you?
I don't really know what that does. I'm trying. Oh, I may abandon. Yay. Anyway, I thought husband was in a car accident or some shit because I've totally forgot he had therapy, which is why he's so fucking late.
When you're saying therapy, you're using air quotes, right?
No, VA pays for that shit. Apparently, they just talk shit about me. Nah, dude, my husband, like, he went to boxing afterwards, too. I'm such a lazy ass. Through Monday through Friday, he goes to the gym 10 times a fucking week.
But he's fat.
Hey, I don't like skinny dudes, okay? That's what I was thinking, too. I was like, he is either in a car accident or he is fucking somebody. And, you know, when we were separated, he was seeing that 6'4" bitch. You know, they were working out together, so. So because that girl played basketball, like if I'm watching the WNBA or talking about like shooting hoops and he knows I like to fucking just do that, he's like, "Oh, you're thinking about Ash?" And I'm like, "That's really fucking blows." So I bitched about how they weren't paying me for like rides and shit to like one of my coworkers. I thought I was gonna get $10 this morning for, you know, whatever. Ended up getting 40. It's nice when that actually comes through.
Yeah, that's what happens when you start telling them what's up.
It's hard. I go from like passive to bitchy. There's like not a good in between assertiveness, you know? But I'm torn. Like, there are so many fucking piddles in the world. I'm just gonna have to, you know, fucking deal with them. I can't like just kill them all. You know?
It's true. I didn't think about that.
Dude, I don't know when we're gonna start marriage counseling, but come on, give me something to do when I do it. What should I say?
Just tell him like it's too little and shit.
That's the reason. Yeah. Anyone know how they got Anthony Fauci's diary?
I don't know. Probably FBI raid on his house.
It's fucking weird, man.
That's the government for you.
I know they could find all of your thoughts on anything because they can look up your internet stuff, but I feel like writing to yourself is, I don't know. I've had, like, I had an internet journal and I had that ex-boyfriend break into it and it all sorts of fuckered me up and I haven't been able to have an online one since.
Yeah, I was gonna write a diary about a triple murder I did back in the late 90s, but I decided not to.
Dude, I'm sure you've talked about it so much you can remember all the details. You're talky. I do think it's funny though when I watch the murder shows and these fucktards don't get rid of the murder weapon. It's just like, do you just want to get caught? What, Piddle? What? Get the dick out your mouth. What?
Wow.
It's getting shy. What does your generation do, Mango? Are you more likely to have a journal like a written one, or are you gonna do like an online thing?
Yeah, journal sounds more appealing to me, but I would not compare it to the rest of people my age or my generation.
You speak for all the youngins. Just like Matt speaks for Canada, and that's it.
I mean, it looks like discovering, some new stuff and then the same things over and over again. Maybe more creativity, but as far as that goes.
I'm just being an ageist, dude. You know that. But that's good to try like different stuff. Like I know I feel better when I like write my thoughts out, and I know I tend to bitch less. Believe it or not. Alrighty, honest question. If you guys knew that your significant lady had a journal, diary, whatever, and you could read it without fucking her knowing about it at all, would you? Why?
Make fun of her for leaving it out for me to find it. And then I would read out loud every little fucking thing in it, slow in a really loud, obnoxious, annoying voice. Only someone who loves you would.
I'd be tempted. I've heard like Emma the asshole things where guys like read girls' journals and then like follows all the advice and then becomes their husband. What about your mom, Iggy? What if she had a journal? Would you be like, hey, fuck you, I'm gonna read your journal and laugh at you in front of you? Or would you be respectful?
I would upload it to ChatGPT.
Of course you would.
Yeah, singer, but she's old. No one's gonna like her. That's the problem. Singer says, I hope this girl finds someone better if you got to worry about things like that. I tried telling her years ago. She didn't listen to me.
I mean, I have one now, and I know my husband won't because he has like integrity and shit. I'm tempted to look at his. All right, Seth, prove it.
Okay. God is real because that's what created the whole world.
What if I said, this bag of legal cannabis, therefore you're retarded?
Hmm?
You don't like that argument? Would you deny the existence of this bag of weed?
No.
Okay. So therefore you're retarded. I don't understand why you don't get this logic.
So there is no weed? Is that what you're saying?
No, there's weed. And since we both agree that the weed exists, and then I guess the rule here is I make an unsubstantiated claim and tether it to that thing we both agree exists.
Wait, so is the weed real or no?
Yeah, it's real. Both bags of weed are actually. I got what is this one? Dulce de leche, lychee. I'm not Mexican, sorry. And this one is called Space Dust.
Okay, yeah.
And so therefore you retarded.
So the weed is real. Like, are you saying the weed is real in the same way that God is real?
No, I'm saying the weed is real in the sense that it's an actual real object that we both agree exists. Right?
Okay.
Okay, so that would be like a parallel to your claim of what did you cite? Like reality or something?
Yeah, someone asked me, can I prove God?
Right, and you
is
pointed at
real?
reality.
And I said that's what created everything.
Right, so you said everything, right? You said you pointed at reality.
I guess so. I said the world, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. Fair is fair. You know, semantics. Okay. Well, I said this bag of weed, so we both have things that exist, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the parallel of between bag of weed and reality. Now, in your claim, this bag of weed was inside the thing you were talking about of everything. I'm just sectioning it off, talking about this one bag of weed right here, and then I'm doing like you're doing, making a completely unsubstantiated logical leap and saying you're retarded.
I did that when?
When you said, therefore, God, that was your completely unsubstantiated claim that is detethered from the fact of reality. Like, reality's real, sure, just like my bag of weed is real, but what's the logical connection? Like, you would be asking me, what is the logical connection between this bag of weed and you being retarded? Because if I can't articulate that, it would be a non sequitur. And I would just push back with the same reasoning and say, what is the logical connection between the existence of this thing I don't deny is real, reality, and your God? And you would have to articulate that.
Well, I mean,
if you didn't,
like,
it would
what
be
else?
a non sequitur.
Like, what else would make all this stuff be here?
Well, I could just give you a non sequitur. I could say, schmerzel fart. Have you ever heard of schmerzel fart?
No.
Okay, that's equally likely as your God did it. So I'll just say schmerzel fart did it, and that's an equally likely explanation.
Yeah, but then aren't you kind of just giving God a different name, but it's the same thing?
No, it's schmerzel fart. It is completely different than God. Entirely
Well,
different.
is it the thing that created everything?
It's made of tri-metaphysical substance, so it's completely undefinable by monkeys.
Right, but are you saying that that's what made everything?
Sounds like God.
Well, it's irrelevant because this bag of weed.
Well, if it made everything, then it's God. That's what
yeah,
God
but this
is.
bag of weed, therefore you're retarded.
Okay.
That's your argument, bro. So that's how I'm going to engage.
No,
with
bro. No, bro,
It's
that's
gonna
your
match your
argument,
energy,
bro.
right?
Okay.
So you're gonna draw a
Sure.
logical connection between reality and then your God thing?
Well, yeah, the reality is like here and stuff, so.
Okay, well this bag of weed is like here and stuff, so therefore
Yeah,
you're retarded?
it is, yeah, the weed's there, yeah.
Right, therefore you're retarded.
Okay.
Right, that's your argument.
No,
It's
that's
called,
your
it's,
argument.
no,
That
it's
wasn't
your
what he
argument.
said.
It's post hoc reason. You can
No,
take
that's
anything
what
I
you
agree
said the
exists.
weed.
No, yeah, it's post hoc reasoning. So it's when you take anything I don't object to existing. Right? I won't object to its existence. So you're citing reality. So I'm not objecting to that. And then by post hoc reasoning, you're saying, therefore God. So I'm doing the same thing. This bag of weed, therefore you're retarded.
Post-doc?
Post hoc.
What is that?
It's like ancient Mexican, dude. You're gonna have to look it up.
I don't really feel like looking that up.
Well, I mean, you know, it's Mexican. Post hoc ergo propter hoc. It's Mexican, ancient Mexican, bro.
What? Yeah, but I don't speak Mexican.
Yeah, me neither. That's why I'm saying you're gonna have to look it up. It just means you're committing a stupid fallacy where you're not drawing a connection between your premise and your conclusion. You're just saying this thing, therefore that thing.
No, the
So-
connection is that God made it. What do you mean?
Yeah, but you're just saying this thing, therefore that thing. That's what post hoc ergo propter hoc means. Is this thing, therefore that thing, which is retard logic. I was just explaining to you, but maybe you are actually retarded, and that's why you're using this line of reasoning. And that's why you're not understanding the post hoc rebuttal. Could be. I mean, you could be delayed development, and it's just really hard to understand logic. I don't really know at this stage, but it seems like you're struggling.
I'm sorry, man. To be honest, I was scrolling Twitter while you were talking.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I understand. Like, I expect this kind of behavior from someone I suspect is retarded. So you don't have to apologize for your disability. Like, I empathize.
I don't think I'm retarded.
Well, no, I mean, you're showing signs of it, definitely.
Like what?
Well, your inability to follow and track, like, basic logic.
Well, I asked you what that word meant. You couldn't tell me.
I did tell you. I said this thing, therefore that. That's what post hoc ergo propter.
It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, you don't have to make it make sense in that form. It's just a linguistic representation for a logical
This thing,
error
that?
you make.
What?
This thing, therefore that. Yeah. You're not drawing the
therefore
logical
what?
connection. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're not drawing the logical connection. That's why it's a fallacy. You're just picking a thing that I agree exists, reality, and then saying God did it.
Well, yeah, because what else would it
Yeah,
be?
that's post hoc reasoning retard.
Okay, I mean...
You just got to try
but
harder,
what
man.
else-
It's like we're going around in
but what
circles
else
because
would've
you're a
done it,
knuckle
though?
dragger. Can
You
you
can't
just
even
try
tell me.
harder?
Well, can you tell me what else would have done it, though?
What, are you asking me why is reality real?
No, I'm asking you, like, how did all this stuff get here if God didn't
No,
do it?
you can ask me how is reality real?
Well, I asked you something else, though.
Okay, when did you pull my dick out of your mouth?
That's kind of a weird thing to say.
Well, it's a kind of a weird thing for you to ask me how I believe magic, like, made reality when I don't believe magic made reality.
No, that's not what I said. How do you think all this stuff got here? Not magic.
That's a spell you're talking about. That's magic. Got here is a level 4 transmutation spell.
What?
Yeah.
Things don't get places?
No, in location they do, but that's not the question you're asking.
Well,
like, for example,
kind of. I mean, it's part of the question,
if to your
yeah.
question I said over there, would that have answered it?
No.
No, because you're using ambiguous language like a knuckle-dragging retard. And I'm just trying to help you not do that.
Okay. What were we talking about again?
Well, I was talking about how you suffer cognitive damage because your parents didn't care about you when they were raising you and didn't teach you the proper memetics to figure out simple logical operations like post hoc reasoning and why it's retarded. Like, if you were my child, I would have ensured that you grew up with the proper memetics to be able to, like, logic your way out of a wet mound of toilet paper.
Memetics are not related to logic. Oh
do what?
God.
No, memetics are related to logic. What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
Do you not know? Dude, can you stop Spurgeon and answer the question? What is memetic?
Oh, man.
So, retard, what is memetics? If you don't answer the question, I'm going to mute you.
Oh, man. Yeah, you clearly don't know.
So, retard boy doesn't know what memetics is, so we'll just get rid of this fucking clown.
I mean, I don't know what they are either. What is it?
I mean, they're elements of how we learn, right? You know how we learn, right? There are different methodologies for learning, and memetics is kind of the foundation for how our human brain learns stuff. We're introduced to things we call facts, and we put them in our brain, and we understand these things through these kind of devices. It's memetics. If you want a specific definition, go to Google. But it's memetics.
I mean, I learned stuff by just like looking at it and like stuff.
Oh, cool. I put the post hoc thing in the side chat if it helps you to like visually look at it.
Yeah.
Side
How do
chat?
you look at creation? I don't know about that, man.
Well, that's a level 6 wizard spell. Creation, like full-on creation. Come from, though, like this guy was talking about, as a level 4 transmutation spell. But I don't believe in any kind of magic, so I don't think things come from places other than over there. Like some other, like over there. Like if you say, hey, where did this come from? I'd be like, over there. Right? That's the only thing I can say. But this dude means, do you believe, like, what level spell magically poofed this substance into reality from nothing? That's what this guy's asking. Like,
I would say it would be like a god level spell.
Well, but it's functionally retarded, is what I'm saying. I'm minimizing it by being a level 6 wizard spell. Like, I get you think it's like some Omnimax trait that some cosmic pedo can do or something like that, but it's literally a level 6 wizard spell.
Cosmic what? Did you say pedo?
Yeah, probably. Like,
No, why would God be a pedophile? He wouldn't even want to have sex with humans.
I mean,
That doesn't
there's
make
a
sense.
lot of pedophile gods out there, so I'm going out on a limb that, assuming that you
Yeah,
believe
but that's
in a pedophile
dumb.
god. Yeah, I mean, people worship pedo gods, dude, all the time.
Okay, I thought that God told the people to take back the like little girls and stuff. That's a pedo god, right?
Yeah, Yahweh, the Christian god monster, Yahweh is definitely a pedo god.
Yahweh?
Yeah, the Yahweh monster of the Bible book.
How is that one a pedophile?
Because it fucked children. Well, a child.
It did?
Yeah,
Who?
fucking Mary was a child when he spirit dicked her.
No. He just put a baby in her. He
Yeah,
didn't,
how do
like,
you put
actually...
babies in people? How do you put babies?
Well, if you're God, you could just put it there without
Well,
any
hold on.
sex.
You believe in gender norms, right? There's 28 different genders, right?
No. What?
Oh, okay, so how do you put a baby in someone? You have a penis,
Well, if
right?
you're a human, then you have to have sex. But if you're
but
God,
but
then
you use a
do
penis, though, right?
Well, no, but if you're God, then you could just skip
yeah, but
that
you
part.
use a penis, though, right?
Humans do, yeah.
Okay, just can you answer the question? A penis is used to make a baby, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I said the words spirit dick.
Well, no, but
I don't know what a spirit
that
dick
still
looks
assumes
like.
insertion.
Yeah, of the spiritual insertion penetration ability, dude.
No, but what if God just put the baby in the
That
womb
would be
without
spirit
going?
dicking her.
No.
Yes, because the process by which a baby is put in is called dicking.
Yeah, but
right? That is called
yeah,
dicking.
but if you're God, then you're not confined to
No,
the
you
human
don't get
processes,
it. You don't get
bro.
it. I don't care. That's why
No,
I'm
you
using
don't get
spirit
God.
dick.
You don't
That's why
understand
I'm
that God
using
doesn't have to
spirit
do
dick.
stuff like
Dude,
we
I would
do
like
stuff.
to move forward. I've clarified for you. This is why
Yeah, but
I'm
your argument
stop
is like
interrupting.
dumb.
Stop interrupting. This is why I'm telling you spirit dick. Now, you can fill in what spirit dicking looks like. But what I'm talking about is a little girl got pregnant because your God monster fucked her, right? In spiritual way. Now, have you heard of Samson? Have you heard of Samson?
Samson? Who?
in the Bible, Samson, the big strong guy, killed all the Philistines.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right. Did you know his mother had a broken vagina? Did you know that her vagina was broken and couldn't make babies? Right.
Okay.
And so God magically fixed her broken ass old vagina. Old vagina. It was an old used vagina. Right. And God
that was
wizard.
a nice thing to do.
Yeah, God magic wizard her adult vagina. Her adult vagina. Right? God magic the baby inside of her adult vagina. So we know that
babies aren't in the vagina.
Yeah,
they're
but
in the womb.
we know that God can put babies inside adult vaginas even when they're broken.
No,
so
babies don't go in vaginas.
So I just got to do this, bro. You like constantly interrupt, and it takes twice as long to get through the conversation because you're constantly interrupting. So God can put a spirit baby inside a broken female vagina who is of the adult orientation. So what I'm illustrating here, if your retard brain could track without interrupting every 3 seconds, is that he doesn't need to use a child's vagina to spiritly dick her down and impregnate her in a pedophilic manner, right?
Dude, you're calling me retarded, but you think the babies grow in the vagina?
You know I'm using hyperbole, right?
Dude,
Yeah, like retard boy, I think you would understand that I use hyperbole when I'm talking about spirit dicking. I don't know how your God magically teleported a baby inside of a child's vagina. I'm trying to be fair linguistically and saying spirit dick. Now, you have an issue with this, and that's because Mary was a child, and your God monster, who is a pedophile, impregnated her, and you're having an issue with that. I get it, but stop taking it out on me. I don't want to have to account for why you worship a pedophile. I'm just accounting for it because your brain-dead fucking religion says it. Now, you're going to have to get the fuck over it. Because if I hear you cry more about my word choice usage, because you in your retard brain can't fill in the blanks on your end, that's fine. If you got a better way to express it other than spirit dicking her, then say that. You could say the proper methodology by which a cosmic pedophile impregnates a monkey baby or a monkey child to make a baby, a spirit baby. Right? You can fill in that. But what I'm sick and tired of you hearing out of your mouth is about how normal humans make babies. I know how normal humans make babies. I don't know how spirit monsters fuck monkey children. I don't know how they do that. But I'm tired of hearing you spurg. Right? You're going to have to get over your emotions. You're talking about a Bronze Age religion here, so just be an adult about this. I don't even know if you worship this pedophile. But it's a pedophile. This particular God, Yahweh, is a pedophile who fucked a child. Are we clear? Can we move past this?
But what about artificial insemination?
Of a child.
Well, like, you know, earlier you're saying like there's only one way to make babies.
Finish the statement though, and then I'll answer it.
Yeah. But like, there's no sex with artificial insemination.
Yeah, but like, if you just go ahead and finish the whole statement and don't truncate it because it makes you feel gross, I'll answer it for you. Go ahead.
Well, that was my statement. What about artificial insemination?
No, the whole thing though. Finish it off with a child at the end. I want to hear you say that.
But it's not sex, so why would it be with anyone?
Right, but I want you to say those words out loud. About artificial insemination.
So you can like get me in trouble?
I'm not going to get you in trouble. I just need you to express that so you can hear yourself ask the question to another grown man. Just say it out loud. Do you want to do it together so that you can hear it?
What sentence do you want me to say?
I want you to ask me the question about artificially inseminating somebody. But I want you to finish off what kind of person we're talking about.
Isn't that a way to put a baby in someone?
Yeah, but keep going. Say the rest of the sentence.
Well, that was the end of my question.
What kind of someone? Don't ambiguate. What kind of someone are we talking about here? What age group? What age group of the someone that we're talking about here, Seth? Because you're asking me about artificial insemination, correct? Let's just clear that up. We'll do this piecemeal. Are you asking me about artificially inseminating?
Yeah.
Okay, is your process here about a child?
Well, it's about anyone.
No, I'm asking you, are you asking about a child? Because Mary was a child.
No, I'm asking about anyone.
You're asking, what if God artificially inseminated a child? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I mean, was she a child back then? I don't know.
She was
people
about 12 years old. Yeah, the consensus is about 14
Yeah,
to
but
12
didn't most
years
people
old.
die before they turned like 35?
A child. I get it, a child. Right, because God, for whatever reason, can't keep a woman old, like, long enough to make a baby. He has to do it to children.
Well, no, I mean, people had to have babies much sooner back then because you
Seth,
died
I'm getting
sooner.
gassed out with your fucking slimy ass attitude. If I ask a question and you don't answer it again, I'm just going to ban you. So you're going to start answering questions directly, and I don't want to have to ask the question 15 times. So I'm going to ask it once. If you don't answer, it's right.
Argument?
No, it's because I want to have a conversation and not spin around in a circle like a fucking retard.
In a conversation, you don't get.
What I want to do is have a conversation and not spin around in a circle like a fucking retard. So I'm going to ask you the question again. If you don't answer it honestly, I'm going to ban you. When you're asking me about artificially inseminating someone, are you talking about artificially inseminating a child? Seth, answer the question yes or no. If I hear anything other than a yes or a no, I'm banning you. I'm just done with it.
What?
So you can see here, people, that this Christian, obviously, is extremely ashamed of the fact that he worships a pedophile, right? That's what that was. And when you put it in terms like that, where you're saying, hey, isn't it the case that your God monster seminally or spiritually or in any way inserted itself into a child and impregnated a child, right? They don't want to answer it because they know it's pedophilia. They know they worship a pedophile. It just makes them extremely uncomfortable.
Dude, so he thinks making 12-year-olds fuck is cool as long as it was back then. No morality.
As long as it's a spirit penis, that guy thinks it's okay to impregnate a person of any age.
I'm here to.
I think it's even more than that. I think it's like pedophilia in general because back then they didn't live so long. Sorry, Wilby, are you here to prove it?
Well, they had normal generations back then. People lived to a ripe old age back then. It's just a myth.
Oh, that's so true. You were right. And dude, sorry, Wilby, we just had a fucking retard. But I am excited to hear you prove it.
I'm here to prove it.
Proceed.
You guys are not going to like this argument, by the way. But I think it's good.
It's because you already have history in this channel? Is that why? You couldn't prove it before?
This retard's getting banned here pretty soon.
Why? Why are you going to ban me?
Let's want to be polite. We should just continue our conversation. Oh, well.
I mean,
because you continue to think that my room is meant for you to come in here and troll in, and you just refuse to learn that. It's not.
I'm not trolling. I just come here to try and prove it, and then when I present
see you on the next time, then, right? If you're just gonna immediately lie to me, dude, then I'm just gonna ban you right now. You won't get the floor for anything. You just lied. Now take it back. You're a troll.
I take it back.
Yeah. Now admit you're a fucking troll.
Well, I'm not trolling all the time.
So, I mean, that's called Christian privilege right there. The fact that you got to teach them that their God monster is a pedophile is a privilege they get to have, right? An unearned privilege. It's like white privilege or something. They didn't earn the privilege of not being called out as pedophile worshipers, and they don't deserve it. If you're going to worship a pedophile, you should have to account for it every single fucking day of your life until you stop worshiping a pedophile. And like, you guys should get really good rhetoric to explain why it was okay for your God monster to dick down a child instead of just finding some random broken vagina in Judea and fixing her old vagina, right? And putting a new spirit baby inside of that. Why not? It would have been like a double miracle. He could have taken some old decrepit hag whose vagina is prolapsed and just put a spirit baby in her, and boom, she's like a 20-year-old supermodel carrying around the Messiah's baby, dude. She could like glow. She could have a force field, right? She could never have to eat, look all healthy, right? And people would be like, whoa, that's crazy. But no, he picked on a child. That's crazy. Like, God could have re-virginated a woman, dude, and just done that. And he could have asked. He could have sat down and had a conversation with somebody. He could have just sat down and been like, look, shit's been getting kind of fucked up because of, like, what I did, like, about 4,000 years ago. I was thinking, you know, if I could make a spirit baby, maybe I could fix some shit. And I just need a willing vagina. Now, no strings attached. In fact, I'm going to make your life immaculate as fuck just having a conversation. I will not rescind any offers. I will be dope as fuck from henceforth. But yeah, if you let me spirit dick you, adult, right? Because this is an adult. Yeah, I'll just make everything fucking awesome. And then she could have had informed consent. Her life would have immediately gotten awesome. And then he would be like, look, your life will not change one way or the other. It will literally continue to be this awesome if you let me use your vagina or you don't let me use your vagina. I'll just go on to the next person, right? And if this person was an ethical person, they'd be like, you know what? I think you should go on to the next person. Because then, you know, God would go do this to someone else. Be like, hey, excuse me, ma'am. Can I use your vagina? I noticed it's broken and hanging out too far. Would you like me to put a spirit baby in there that will, you know, fix all that? And then she could get, you know, like, boom, her body gets all fixed. Now she gets the choice, and she could be like, you know what? No, I think I'll pass. And then women throughout the Middle East could just do this. They could just repeatedly turn down the spirit dickening, and, you know, all the vaginas in ancient Judea would get fixed. But no, they don't want that. They don't want that at all. They wanted to go find a young, unsuspecting child and manipulate it. Yet again, this is what the fucking religion promotes. It's just disgusting. It's just absolutely, like, there's no level of this shit that's just not vile. It's always vile with this religion. In the worst, like, what's even more vile than the religion itself is the proponents of it. When they say all this, like, nice, holy shit about their filth, trash, pedo tone, and they say it with a smile on their face, and they get upset when you challenge them because they're completely oblivious to all this shit. That's like the worst part. It would be a lot easier to tolerate if when you bring it up to them, they know about it and they start educating you on it, right? And they start filling in the gaps on all the nasty shit that's in there that you didn't know about, and they were like experts on it. They co-signed it, and then, you know, said, you know, they're filthy and they're gonna fucking worship it anyway. But it's not what they do. That's not what they do. They don't know about it. You tell them about it, and they say, "Oh, okay. Well, I'm still gonna believe it anyway." It's just crazy. Like, you could say, "Hey, if I showed you something in the Bible, and it made you quit believing in God, what would it be?" And they would tell you, they'd be like, this right here. Say, if it says donkeys kick hard, then I'll quit believing in God. And then you can open it up and show them 16 different locations where it says donkeys kick hard, and they'll say, yeah, but I'm still going to believe it. That's what you're dealing with. That's the brain of a theist. It's just literally nothing you can do to help these people. They have to want the help. And that Seth guy, he didn't want no help. He was just a condescending prick.
Prove it. Bill, bro, you hear of us?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, greetings. Do you believe a God exists in our reality?
Yeah.
All right. Are you able to prove your God exists in reality?
I don't really need to prove them. I mean, it's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Are you saying you can or you can't?
What would you accept as proof?
If it's real.
Yeah, I know. What would you accept as proof?
Reality. Like if it's real, like can you interact with it?
Yeah, how can I prove to you that it's real? That God is real?
Yeah.
Demonstrating it.
Like, what, like a miracle?
It just depends on what you're saying it is.
Well, God doesn't need me to do it for you. It's pretty obvious. You just go outside nature.
And then?
And then you repent of your sins and believe in him.
Well, I don't have sin.
You don't have sin?
Yeah.
How many of these lies have you told in your whole life?
That's not a sin.
Lying's not a sin? Yeah, it is. That's not
No,
lying.
it's not. Lying is an
It's
action.
sin. Yeah, it's a sin. When you
No,
lie,
it's an action. You call that action a sin because you believe there's a God monster that doesn't want you to do it, and that's what makes it a sin. But since I don't have that same belief, the action you're referring to is not a sin. It doesn't mean it's not fucked up. It's just not a sin.
Well, what makes it messed up in your worldview?
It's manipulative. It's greasy, filthy behavior we shouldn't do, but we all do because, sometimes we just got to say shit.
Well, why is being greasy and manipulative a bad thing?
Is that a serious question, or do you not? Is that something? Maybe I.
Yeah, prove to me that it's.
Wait,
Can you prove to me that it's a bad thing?
Just
prove to me it's a bad thing.
Can you hang on a second? Do you describe it that way? We'll get into proving it here in a second. Yeah, when someone's lying.
No, you got to prove it. You got to.
Hold on, I'll do that next. I just want to know if we're on common ground or not. Dude, when you get lied to and you feel like somebody's manipulating, do you think dirty, greasy are good adjectives for that?
I mean, it doesn't matter what I think.
I'm asking you. Do you agree with my characterization? We'll get into proving it in a second. As soon as you answer it, I'll prove it.
Yeah, I don't see why that has anything to do with it, but okay, yeah, I don't like it.
Okay, so I'm going to prove it now. I'm going to cite our common agreements. Right, we're in common agreement, and so I'm going to cite that as my proof for why it's all slimy and dirty and nasty and shit. If you want to contradict yourself, that's fine, but I'm not going to contradict myself. I'm going to stick true to my word and continue believing that it's slimy and dirty, exactly like you're doing, right? In the same exact fashion, no difference, because I'm a ground monkey and you're a ground monkey. So I'm saying we have identical reasons for why we don't like it, because we're both ground monkeys.
I heard you say you believe it. Is it a belief? Is it a belief?
It's a position that I hold as true, is that manipulating and shit like that for nefarious reasons is, yeah, it's slimy and gross.
That's your personal belief.
Well, I mean, does it change it by saying, what's the difference between a personal belief and a belief? Is there a measurable difference here? Aren't all my beliefs personal?
Just because you and I might not like it doesn't mean that it's
no, but aren't all beliefs personal?
Wrong.
Is there a non-personal belief?
Well, there's screws. There's screws that are regardless of what we believe about
I'm
it
asking, is there a non-personal belief? That's what I'm asking about, a non-personal belief. Because it seems like you're doing a lot of work with this personal word. And I don't know what work, if any, you're doing with the word. What are you adding to belief by saying personal belief?
Because it's owned by our personhood. When you say, I believe that this is wrong.
Yeah, but what kind of belief is not? That's what I'm saying. It's like wet water. Do you like wet water? It's like, what do you mean wet water? Like water? You mean regular water? No, no, wet water. But like, what's the difference between water and wet water? Well, there's not any difference, but I'm just specifying
because
water.
other people have different beliefs.
But that would still be personal, though, right? All their beliefs in their heads would be personal, right? So what other kind of belief is there other than a personal belief? It's like, what work is
the argument that I'm making is that just because you say it doesn't make it true. Like, just
but we're
because
asking whether I believe it. We're talking about belief, not truth. Belief, something I hold as true.
Hey. Okay,
right?
so you have beliefs. You have beliefs that you hold.
Of course I have beliefs, but I'm asking you, what is a non-personal belief? If you can't answer that question, then what we'll do is just drop the word personal from beliefs, okay? That's all we got to do to fix this and move forward in the conversation. I like clear. I like clear language here. Is why it's a big deal. Clear language. You have an ambiguous word here. It's a superfluous, unnecessary word.
But you might say it's superfluous and unnecessary, but it's still true that
it's not true because there's no juxtaposition. It doesn't mean anything. Like, is it a really personal belief or is it just a personal belief? What work is the word really doing? Is it really, really personal belief or really, 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 really personal? See, it's not doing any work. Is it personally personal? Like, it's not a word that has any meaning. Can we just move forward and not use the goddamn word? Fucking A, dude. There are no beliefs that are not personal beliefs. You get that? There are no non-personal beliefs. Can we just move forward,
But are there truths?
Holy
shit!
shit!
Do you agree that there are truths? Well, we can agree to that. But is there such thing as truth?
Well, truth is a property of a proposition. So there are statements that can be considered true and statements that can be considered false. But it's about the statement. And so now we got to ask, well, statement, what is a statement? And a statement is a series of words in a semantic form that may or may not represent some aspect of reality. And now, if it is representing some aspect of reality, then the semantic form of the meaning of the words don't have meaning independent of the observations we make of them. And we can't confuse that. We can't confuse semantic representation with ontological representation, right? Those would be two different things. I can describe a unicorn to you, but I also know that talking about reality, I wouldn't draw upon my ability to describe unicorns. I would keep that in reserve because maybe I do encounter, maybe we go on a hike one day, right, to go do some bro shit. And while we're in the woods, we find a fucking unicorn. And you and I will draw upon our semantic powers, right? We'll be like, you know the word horse? And I'll be like, yeah. And then I'll be like, you know the word corn? And then you'll be like, yeah. And I'll be like, you want to call that thing a unicorn? Right? And that's what we'll do. But it won't really have any meaning until we find a unicorn that we're saying the words unicorn to. And then the unicorn will have epistemic meaning. But we can't use semantic meaning, which is what you and I know about unicorns right now, purely semantic, right? We can't use that information in place of epistemics. There's no point in doing that.
Okay.
Right. So I'm trying to be clear with the language here so we don't get conflated earlier and talk about non-personal beliefs on accident. So I'm just saying we got beliefs. Now, a belief is a position held as true, not that a position is true. It's just a position held as true. I think something's true. And I think it's true that manipulative lying sacks of shit are gross and dirty. I think that's true. And if you ask me, why do I think it's true? Well, I did that earlier. I was like, well, do you think it's true? And you were like, yeah, they are dirty and gross. And so I'm citing our common agreement that there is something about being manipulative and a liar that makes us as animals, social animals, feel grody. We can explore that. What is it about manipulators that make us feel grody?
Yeah.
Is it because
why is that a common experience?
Well, but do you think it's because you read a book, that's why a liar and a manipulator feels gross to you? Like, say I didn't read the same book as you and we were both on like a transport wagon and there's a guy sitting next to us and he's just being a lying, manipulative sack of shit. But I didn't read a particular book you read. Do you think both of us could still sit there as ground monkeys, as social animals, and say this lying sack of shit, right, is a piece of shit? Like, we could do that, right? We wouldn't need to appeal to a book. We could just appeal to our personal feelings, right?
I never said that you have to read a book in order for that to be
okay. So then you could agree with what I just concluded with, that we would just cite our personal feelings.
Where did that come from?
But I would elbow your shoulder and I'd be like, hey, that's gross, right? You'd be like, you'd look over and be like, huh? I'd be like, yeah, that guy lying right there, that's gross. You'd be like, yeah.
Yeah, that's because you and I.
But do you think it's because you read a book, or do you think it's something about our monkey nature?
No, I don't think it's because I read it in a book, therefore.
Right. So it's probably more that it's in our monkey nature. Something about us being monkeys.
It's not us. No, it's not us being monkeys.
You don't think that's why?
In the image. No, it's us.
Okay,
we're made in the image of God.
Thing. I get you. You're saying the same thing. It's semantics. I mean monkey when you mean like magic clay monster. That's what you believe, right? We're like magic clay creatures. Well, I believe we're monkeys, but
we're
still,
made in the image of God.
Right, but what you're saying is within your clay form, your golem spell, within your nature as a clay monster, is where you're getting the gross factor from a manipulator. And I'm saying the same thing. I'm just using different adjectives. I'm saying monkey form within my monkey form, which is the same thing
right,
you point. Like if I ask you to point at the divine thing you're referring to, you just point at yourself. If you ask me to point at the monkey thing that I'm referring to, I just point at myself. So we're pointing at the same ontology.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think you're a monkey. I don't think I'm a monkey. We're separate from the animals.
I don't think I'm a magic dirt creature. Okay. So, right. So we both believe in the same ontology. You call it a magic dirt creature. I call it a monkey. And both of us are saying that something about our monkey/dirt creature form is why we're both feeling that it's gross. It's not because we read a book. It's within our nature.
Exactly. It's within our nature. Exactly. 100%. Right. I'm not.
Like when I fart on this transport. Right? When I fart, it's within your dirt creature nature that you get all grossed out. You don't have to go, wait.
Yeah.
Pull
100%.
open your Bible and find out that it smells bad and you're grossed out.
100%.
Right.
100%.
So I'm doing what you're doing. I'm just kind of feeling it in my monkey form. Just like you.
So we both agree that there's something that is in our nature,
our bodies,
that can help us that help us distinguish between right and wrong.
Yeah, our bodies, our brains. I would put the blame mostly on our brains, but it could be anything. It could be an elbow that makes you do an evil thing. It could be.
Okay, well, and I like where you're coming from with this, but what I would say is. The 10 Commandments, okay?
Wait, all of them or just, which ones? Which set? The first set or the second? So the ones referred to as the 10 Commandments?
Yeah, the 10 Commandments.
Okay, so the 10th commandment on the list that is referred to as the 10 Commandments is don't boil a baby goat in its own mother's milk. Do you think that one's more important than don't rape children? Just wonder, just as a meta question real quick before we get into the 10 Commandments. What do you think's more morally important? Not boiling a baby goat in its own mother's milk or not raping a children? Like, what would make it on your top 10?
Yeah. When Jesus said this, he said, all the law and the prophets are summed up in these two commandments.
Wait. Hold on. Can you answer the other question first? Are you talking about the second set or the first set?
Okay.
Because they're different. They're not the same.
What I'm saying, the 10 Commandments and all the other commandments.
Don't boil your baby. Don't boil a baby goat in its own mother's milk. You're literally citing don't boil a baby goat in its own mother's milk.
Well, let me finish.
Are you from the Bronze Age? Like do you live on a farm or something? Like, is this why this list of moral ethics are like that super, like really boiling goats, bro? You don't think there's bigger moral problems?
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Bro, I mean, but it's kind of ridiculous. I almost don't want to hear anymore if you're that childish. Like if you actually believe
I'm trying to answer your question. You're not letting me answer your question.
Okay, yeah, because you cited the 10 Commandments, which is retarded.
Okay.
There's nothing moral about the 10 Commandments, bro.
Okay.
Like there's not. There's literally zero morals about the 10 Commandments, and you just want to blather at me about 10 Commandments, bro. What is moral about 10 Commandments?
Can I explain it to you?
Yeah, explain that. Answer that question right there. What is moral about the 10 Commandments?
Okay, because all of those commandments, they're summed up in this. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength.
And not preach. You're preaching at me. I'm just going to mute you.
Love your neighbor as yourself.
Okay, your mom's a fat whore, and she gave everybody in this room herpes. You asked for that, sir. You just waited for me to shut up so that you could preach at me like it was going to have some effect. I know your pedophilic religion better than you do, probably. So can we have a real conversation and you just answer the questions and not go on some tangent? So I'm asking
Love your
you a
neighbor
question.
as yourself.
Boy, what is moral about the 10 Commandments? Since you want to cite pedophilic material, right? Since you want to be pro-pedophile up in this bitch, I need you to answer. You don't get to like blather anymore. If you do that one more time, I'm just going to ban you. You'll be admitting that you don't have an argument for your God and that you're so weak that you would just rather go to trolling and being a toxic little retard instead of following Jesus's commands, which is 1 Peter 3:15. Be ready always to answer any man who asks you about the hope that is in you, but do it with meekness and fear, right? For a certain fiery indignation and a fearful looking, right? So Jesus is citing his own sacrifice that you would sacrifice for him. That when someone like me asks you a question, you'll answer that fucking question, or you'll be telling Jesus to go fuck himself. Now, if you want to tell Jesus to go fuck himself, I'm totally with you on that shit. But by refusing to answer this direct question, you'll be telling Jesus to go fuck himself. Because Jesus, if real, knows I don't give a shit about your fucking answer, and you're not answering my question, which he commanded you to answer. So don't act like your God's a retard and that you can somehow snake around the rules. So what is moral about commands? Walk me through this, knuckle dragger. What is moral about commands?
What is moral about commands? Because if I love another person,
No, I said, what is moral about commands? I didn't ask you whether you loved another person.
A command to not kill.
Retard, do you know what a moral is? What does moral mean?
Moral is doing what is right and just.
Okay, and what is a command?
Upholding what is right and just.
No, a command is following an order.
Yeah.
Right.
Also not kill.
So there's nothing moral about the 10 Commandments. You're just saying follow orders.
Yeah. Do not kill. Do not rape. What
is moral
do not
about
commit
that?
Adultery.
That's a command, but I'm asking you, reading that command, what is moral about it?
Because if you obey the 10 Commandments.
No, I'm asking you, what is moral about this concept of rape? We're talking about commandments, right? I'm not saying there's nothing immoral about rape. I'm just saying offering me a command is not a discussion of morals. So I'm asking you, what is moral about the command, don't rape?
Because you're treating another human being who's made in the image of God with
Where is that
dignity and
in the
respect.
10 Commandments?
Do not commit adultery.
No, where is it in what you just said about what's moral? Where is that in the commandment?
You need a definition of what is moral? Is that what you're
No,
asking?
idiot. I need you to focus real hard and understand the difference between a command and a moral code. They're not the same thing. Saying, hey, look at this command. I don't care what the command is. It doesn't mean moral. It's just a command. It may be moral or it may be immoral. But if the test is follow the command, then you're not dealing with morals.
Yeah. Keeping the commandments is moral.
That's incoherent.
That's the definition of morality.
No, it's not. Morality is the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. So you would need morality to discern whether the command is moral or not. Because I can give you an immoral command. And if I have power and authority over you, it doesn't make it moral because you are under my thumb. That's not where morality comes from. That's why I'm asking you, of commands, what are moral about commands? There's no morals there. There's just following orders. But you seem lost. You seem hopeless.
Which of them do you disagree with?
It's not about whether I disagree with. I would have to use something external to the command to reference whether I do or do not agree with the command. That's why I brought up.
Well, those commands are written in you.
That's why I brought up
heart.
which set. I asked you which set because it's important. Because if you're going to say the 10 Commandments, then I'm going to do a meta-analysis of the 10, right? Because I'm a moral agent.
Those commandments are written.
Because I'm a moral agent. And if you're telling me, look, man, this is, if John Rawls come to me and he said, hey, dude, listen, we're going to construct a society. And on the other side of this veil, we don't know where you're going to land. But here is a blank list of 10 different ethos or ethics or morals or codes or rules or laws. 10 different laws that this society on the other side is going to have to live under. I'm going to understand the gravity of that question. These are only 10. I have to think real hard if I'm going to be a moral agent and a moral actor, because I don't know where I'm going to end up on the other side of the veil of ignorance. So I need this kind of information going into it. What are moral decisions? What are bad things? I'm going to take a tally of my fellow man and find out what they don't like. Not just going to base it on me, because I'm a moral agent. In order to be a moral agent, I determine what's right and wrong. I make that differentiation. But I need to be convinced about what is right or wrong, and the methodologies we employ on each other to get us to believe certain things are or are not right or wrong vary from one culture to the next. So that's why I'm asking you, when you look at a command, why do you derive morals? We don't need to look at the commands. We can have one commandment, and that's do whatever God says. So in Numbers 31, when God said, go rape those children, that was a moral act because it was a command. It was given directly by Moses on behalf of God itself. So the act of them going in, committing genocide and infanticide and bringing 32,000 little girls back as sex slaves, that would be moral according to that rule. This is why I'm saying following commands mean nothing if I cannot differentiate morals. And that's what your commandments ask you to do, is don't worry about you distinguishing between right and wrong behavior. Abdicate your moral agency to this set of rules, wherein one of them, one of the most important codes in all of reality, is don't boil a baby goat in its own mother's milk. That's the level of discourse we're at right now. That one of them, in your worldview, it is more important that we don't boil these goats this way than rape children, right? It's more important because you want to talk about adultery, right? Child rape is what happens. Child rape happens. And there's no code that says don't fuck children. You think it's more important, our dietary practices. And I gotta chastise you about this shit. You want to talk to me about fucking morals? Put down your Bible, because the morals of the Bible are disgusting.
Yeah, it never says to rape children in the Bible. That's a lie.
Numbers 31:18. Numbers 31:18.
Yeah, where does it say to rape children?
Open it up. Numbers 31:18. Before we get into it, let me ask you a meta question. Yeah, before we get full balls into it, do you think killing a child is worse than raping a child? For the child, I mean, not for you. I mean, for the child. Do you think it's worse for the child to kill it or rape it?
I don't know. That's a.
Well, I go out there and I say it's worse to kill one. I would say it's worse because I'm speaking on my own behalf. I would much rather be raped than murdered. I can probably get over rape. I can't get over being murdered. So if I have one of two options, I'm going to go with the rape over the murder every time. So I'm going to put that on you and everybody else. And I'm going to say it's probably worse if I murder them than it is if I rape them. So keep that in mind while we're having this conversation about Numbers 31:18. And before we get too balls deep into it, just scan right above and look at Numbers 31:17. But anyway, back to Numbers 31:18.
Yeah, what would happen to the women if they didn't keep them as wives? What would happen to the women?
I mean, if you ask me, they would have probably been slaughtered. They should have been slaughtered. They should have just finished it off because, you know, Numbers 31:17, they would have been infants laying there, most of them, you know, dying, being raised by whatever the little girls who remained could do. Right? And you're looking at this. Do you know why Moses commanded these soldiers to go rape children? Because they're soldiers.
Where does it say rape?
In Numbers 31:18. It's because
that
they're soldiers.
Where's
Yes, it does.
The word rape?
It's Numbers 31:18.
Where does it say rape?
It's Numbers 31:18. Just read it. Read it out loud.
But all the women, children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves.
Yeah.
Where does that say rape? Where does that say rape?
Bro, it's talking about concubine.
Where does it say it's talking about concubines?
It's talking about fucking children.
No, it's not. That's what
Yes,
you're
it
reading
is.
into it.
It's talking about
No, it's
taking
not.
those. Bro, read it again. I don't know. Did you not read and pay attention to what you just read?
But all the women, children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves.
As a spoil of war. Correct. Those are your concubines.
Not, where does it say spoil of war? Where does it say
Keep
concubine?
reading. Keep reading. It's in Numbers 31. I don't know which verse that talks about spoils of war, but you'll see it talks about 32,000 little girls. The 32,000 in the spoils of war is reference to the young virgin females. Those are the survivors that are divvied out from the armies that helped the Israelites, because there were several armies that went down to the land of the Midianites to commit this genocide, and Moses' cut of those children was 32,000 little girls. That's in the spoils of war.
Say at all that they're having sex with little children.
Dude, listen again. It's concubines. They are taken as spoils of war to be concubines. Why are you being disingenuous? You are acting like they didn't fuck these little girls. These are their concubines. It literally spells it out in Deuteronomy, I think 20. You'd have to ask Mogi, but he's not here right now. The exact verse that talks about what you do with these. You bring them back to the camp. You shave their head. You give them like 7 days or a month to get over it, and then you can fuck them. If you don't like them, you can throw them out to the streets. That's straight up in Deuteronomy.
No, it's not. It doesn't say that you can throw them out in the street.
Yes, it does, Bill. I'm sorry for you that you're only now finding this out. I have never lied to you, and I'm not going to lie to you. I'm sick of you automatically assuming that I am lying to you. I am not. It is in Deuteronomy.
Well, I think you're misunderstood.
No, you are. You are promoting pedophilia right here. You are, sir. Numbers 31:18. This is taking 32,000 children as sexual concubines. And again, Bill DeBolt, let me
Where does it say anything about sexual there? Where does it say anything about sexual?
They are concubines. They are
Where does it say
concubines. In Deuteronomy 20.
It doesn't say concubines.
Dude, I swear to fuck. This is how it's going to be, Bilbo. I'll show you in Deuteronomy. I'll look it up and get the specific verses. When I show
Numbers
you,
and Deuteronomy are two different circles.
You're aggravating me, dude. I'm starting to get aggravated. I'm starting to yell because this is frustrating that you're defending these fucking verses right here. And I'm going to tell you one more time. I will get these verses from Deuteronomy 20. And when they say what they fucking I'm saying they say, are you going to stop assuming that I'm a liar every time I say your Bible has something fucking nasty? Or are you going to continue on with the fucking attitude? Because I swear to fuck, if I get these verses and you read that these verses say exactly what I said about shaving the head, giving them a waiting period, being able to fuck them, and throw them to the fucking streets when you're done with them. When I do this for you, are you going to apologize for assuming that I was a liar and stop assuming that I'm a liar? Because if you're not going to promise me that, then I'm not going to waste my fucking time trying to help you any further. Because I am done you calling me a fucking liar when I have no vested interest in trying to lie to you and manipulate. You mean nothing to me, dude. I have no reason to sit here and lie to you. No fucking reason when you can look this shit up and I gave you the specific fucking verses, and if you need to sit on it and spin and think about it for a while, you fucking do that. But I'm done with your mouth calling me a fucking liar. I'm done with that, bro. So this is the ultimatum. If you force me, because you can't just take my fucking word for it, to find these goddamn verses and read them to you to show they say exactly what I said, and you see that and you fucking assume I'm a liar again, I'll be done with you. I'll know that you're a dishonest, disingenuous piece of shit, not worth investing any fucking time, because no matter what I do and go out of my way, you're not going to be receptive to it. Are we clear? And when I pointed out in Deuteronomy, you going to stop assuming I'm a liar when I say some shit?
Okay, you have a verse in Deuteronomy and you have a verse in Numbers. These are two different books, two different circumstances.
Asshole. Engage.
Two different circumstances. They're two different.
Asshole. Engage. Both verses talk about concubines. You're asking for a specific legal application of Numbers 31:18. Now, I agree. Numbers 31:18 is narrative. Deuteronomy is law. And Deuteronomy sets out that in Numbers 31:18, these are concubines. And you're being disingenuous. You want to know where it says you can fuck them. And I'm saying it says that in Deuteronomy, where it tells you what you can do with conquered nations' women. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is the actual code in Deuteronomy that explicits or gives explicit detail on what you can do with these types of people that you get from Numbers 31:18. So if, at this point, dude, I'm going to assume no matter what I said, because what I said was fair, and you're looking for any fucking reason to push back. You're not an honest person. So I'm just not going to take you fucking seriously. You could continue to be in this room because you've participated, but if you preach at all, I'm banning you.
You said something about Deuteronomy that it's discussing women.
I don't care to discuss it unless you agree to the ultimatum.
Unless I agree to what you're saying?
No, unless you agree to the ultimatum.
You can't have a debate?
Unless you agree to the ultimatum.
What's the ultimatum?
The ultimatum is that if I get these verses and they say exactly what I say they say, you have to stop assuming that every time I say there's something nasty in your book, that I'm fucking lying to you. You have to stop doing that, because I'm sick and fucking tired of trying to help someone who's just going to call me a fucking liar. You did it with the last verse of Numbers 31:18. I told you to look. You called me a liar. So I said, look at the spoils of war. That should have been good enough for you to realize I ain't fucking lying to you. And so you asked me about where does it say rape? And I said, this is what you get to do with your concubines, which is fuck children. And you said it doesn't say that.
You're taking it out of context.
Yeah, you said it doesn't say that. You said it. Now, I'm not taking it out of context. You are. And let me explain. So when you ask me, where does it say you can fuck them? I admit this is particular narrative, and it doesn't say those explicit words. It gives you enough information to know this is a concubine. So you take that information, what is a concubine, and you look to Deuteronomy, where it explicitly states what a concubine is and a concubine's role. That's not good enough for you. That's exactly what you need.
Woman.
It's a concubine.
Which is a full-grown woman, not a...
All right, you're dishonest, dude. It's not about a full-grown woman. Absolutely not. You're defending pedophilia, and I'm done with it. These people are fucking disgusting, dude. Literally crawling around on his knees to defend a pedophilic fucking religion. Absolutely vile. Why are you this retarded?
What do you mean? This is my first time meeting you. Hello, anti-nerd. Oh, you tried to ban me?
I've banned that dude like 80 times.
Hello? Oh, damn, is no one in here?
Prove
Wait, hello?
the God thing, man.
Prove the God thing? I mean, how do you define
Bro, yeah,
God?
man, I'm trying to feed my dog, not walk back and forth to answer simple questions. Prove the God thing or go fuck yourself.
How do you define God? Do you define God as a localized entity?
Is that your argument? A question? You know, like arguments need premises, right?
To preface, what form of God are you talking about? Because there's so many different variants of what someone would call God in so many different religions. Are you talking about the Christian sense of a man, a masculine patriarch splitting himself into threes?
You know, I have a rule against devil's advocate, right?
I mean, I don't understand how this is playing devil's advocate. I'm literally just asking you, in what dichotomy of God do you defer to as your
Bro,
base of what
I'm
God would
asking
be?
you to prove it. Is that something you can do or not?
I mean, we could just look at fractals, bro. That's math. That is simply what God is. I'm not a theist in the sense of there's some fucking entity man that's deciding my fate. I see it more as a binary thing of a 0 and a 1 flipping back and forth and being each other at the same time. I just see it as an expansion and contraction. That's what I would say God is.
Oh yeah, I'm just not into that kind of weird shit, dude. That esoteric nonsense, dude.
That's math, bro.
That's cool, dude. Have fun, like, believing math, bro.
Have fun believing math. Are you supposed to be an intellectual, or are you just LARPing?
I'm not asking you about, like, abstract objects, man.
It's not abstract. It's literally what you're living in right now.
Cool. Well, I hope, like, you find your person out there, dude. Because that's just not, like, something I'm interested in.
Do you just like disproving people who believe in a god, like as like an entity?
No, I like discussing epistemology. I like baiting people into discussing epistemology.
I don't even hate that, bro. Hey, fair play, fair play. Have a good one, dog.
All right, nerd. See what you got. Nerd. You just gonna come in here and chat freeload?
Yes, I just want to say, Jedi are monks, or you anti-intellectual, pseudo-intellectual cocks.
Yo, what's up?
Prove it.
Brickback. $100 on the brickback. Is that what we were talking about?